Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hi, chat. Hello. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. We're doing the LAUMA pre-release today, I promise. It's true. It's true. Start with it. I just woke up! Buddy! Alright, any helpers? Any helpers want to provide me with a European world? Hmm? Alright, you little glorper. You know what? Windows for now. Hello. Okay, so we are going here. And how many do we need? I'm not sure. Uh, 8 more. Okay. Only 2 runs. Yeah, just need to get 4 twice. Easy clap. Yeah, I should definitely be using Moika. I don't know what I'm doing. Four. Like, that's good, but I feel like it's just making fun of me now. Because I need to get a back-to-back 4 for it to matter, and I'm not going to get a back-to-back 4. I got early to sleep yesterday. Who had the most points at the end of the collab? I'm not sure how the point system worked, but no one cleared mine, and I cleared all of them. Oh. Bro put a waypoint down. That's crazy. I didn't notice that. 4 again. Gotta do 1 more. Now we get 4 again? No, okay. Ooh, that's nice, though. Wait, that's actually a goated fucking thing to get. Yo, insane. That means I don't need to use any dust. Huge. Huge! That's better than 4? I mean, at this point, yeah, because 4 wouldn't do shit. Okay, so we need to get 11 of these, but that's not a lot. We can get that real quickly. Damn. You know, one day I'll probably do this, like, monument puzzle thingy. I wonder when that day will be. Alright, we've got enough of those. Next. Huh, shit. GG.
Another test subject. I got that tingle.
Let's light it up! Light it up! Full throttle!
The wrong test subject. The hunter becomes.
Ooh, we got a blue. Very nice. It must be tough being a new player because you have to actually grind materials. It's not that bad. There's just a few that are annoying. Where are you aiming, bro? What the heck?
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Burn it down!
There it is. That was kind of pathetic, though. Can you not do Flynn's Big Burst at C1R1 even if you Big Burst before entering Manifest form? The problem with using Big Burst before entering Manifest form is that it makes it so that your skill cooldown starts later. And if your skill cooldown starts later, you're likely still going to be on skill cooldown when you swap back to him for the next rotation. In other words, you can do it, but you get punished.
Teamwork is strength! Light it up!
Want to take my hammer? Another test subject.
Burn it down! Try and stop me!
Picked the wrong test subject.
Oh, it went the wrong way first. It's kind of annoying. Sick. Did you see the new Moika tech? What am I looking at, bro?
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
What am I looking at, man?
The heavens. God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
All of this to get the same amount of buffed charge attack hits?
Exploration and trials.
If it gained a buff charge attack hit, then I'd be like, yeah, that's cool, but it does not. So, I don't know about that. It does? It doesn't. There are 9 buff charge attack hits, which is the same as what you get with C2D. Why am I killing this?
Looks like I went too far.
The first one hits twice. What? No, it doesn't. What is bro yapping about? There's a 30 gain and a dash. Me when I lie.
There's no denying. Another test subject.
Rise with the sun. Try and stop me.
Finally done.
That looks like it's a tiny bit more motion value, but like barely, right? Because you basically get like... Wait, is it even more motion value? I have a comparison a bit further into the video against C2F. Oh. C2D? You mean? Oh, yeah, okay. But like, here's the thing, right? That's 1 dash, 2 dashes, 3 dashes, 4 dashes. Okay. I guess it's 4 dashes. So basically what's happening to the damage is that two of the charge attack hits are replaced with final hits, right? But that's the only change. So We're basically gaining 140 motion value throughout the rotation from doing this. I don't know if that's worth it. Bro, can you start the goddamn chart attack?
You're pretty good.
We didn't drop anything. GG.
Burn it down. Try and stop me.
Watch this tech. I don't really feel like it.
Light of the blazing sun. Try and stop me.
Damn, we got all the ones from the thing. We're only at 10. Ugh, so bad. I'm gonna need so many more. Alright, what is the next resin sync for this account? Back to Gilded? Okay, well, now that I've decided I'm going that I'm going for Flynn's, we do need to make sure. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get some VV. But I don't really want to get it from the domain, because this domain sucks. But let's strongbox some VV. I need a second EM main stat. I have one right now. I need a second one. Right? I have a circlet. Well, that's good. That means I don't have a Sands, and the Sands is the highest odds one. I also don't have a goblet, right? Let's do it. Okay, so maybe I should keep my 4-liners with ER for Deepwood. Yeah. Okay, we don't need any of these things. Come on. I believe. EM main stat Sands, and we don't have to do this ever again. Don't give me a circlet, because I already have one. Okay, we got it. That, well, that was free. Also got a 4-liner with EM. Alright, but Sucrose build is ready now, kind of. We still need to level the artifact, but still. We don't have an EM goblet leveled up yet. But we do have EM goblet. Not leveled yet. So we probably go for this one because it's already leveled a bit. Or we don't, and we'd rather level something that has the R on it. I think I'll just hold for now. We're definitely leveling this though, because I'm not gonna VV Strongbox anymore. I've got all I need. Oh, that's nice. Just make sure that's ass. Yeah. Okay. I don't need this. Right, we'll get it to 12 for now. It's gonna roll crit. We're gonna be happy. Very nice. Good stuff. Okay, so who else is gonna get built? We're gonna have Aino, we're gonna have Inefa. I guess we need a good TOM. No. I don't think we'll go TOM. Because I don't want to have to farm for it. I'm gonna be on Flynn's domain for a pretty long time. So I suppose that's just what we do. We Double Serenade. Double Serenade doesn't work. It'd be nice if it did. We're gonna go Noblesse Aino, I think. Because we need to get Noblesse Strongbox for Bennett anyways. That way we don't have to Strongbox 2 different sets. So, what does that leave us with? It leaves us with the only set we really want right now being Codex. So I guess we'll just farm Codex. We could also consider going for ley lines. But the thing is, in the long term, I probably don't need ley lines on this account. Right? I'm pretty sure I will get more Mora from cleaning out my map and just the passive income from everything than I will need to spend, because I don't need to level all my characters on this account, right? But it's also going to be a bottleneck in the coming, like, 2-3 months. Theater needs a lot of characters. Yeah, but getting them to 70 is so cheap. I think I'll just go for Codex. It's actually my first time going into this domain, I think. Because all my farming has been done in, Incision Onslaught so far. You know what? I'm gonna do ley lines anyways. I'm just gonna wait until the Disturbance Outbreak comes back. And we want to do ley lines in a place where we care about the enemy drops. It's probably Mondstadt and Leah right now. Probably mostly Leah over Mondstadt. I feel like there's more treasure hoarders in Leah, but I'm not sure. Well, you watch a special program live? That's the plan, but I might be fucking veg, so who knows. Fuck you. What? I'll have transient resin. Is it expiring soon? Why doesn't it tell you here? Why do I have to go to this menu to check? 10 days. Oh, okay. Ooh. I think I'll just keep it for the Bennett book day. I did not know there were ley lines that like actually counted as Chenyu Vale. Also, can I just... Oh, I guess no treasure hoarders now. Does the Jeff know the mini is paywalled now? Oh, fuck. Wait, actually? I think I might have forgotten that I was subscribed to the New York Times for the crossword for a little bit, and I don't think I canceled my subscription. I'm gonna check. Well, it's not paywalled for me. So either it's not implemented yet, or I forgot to cancel my subscription. I forgot to cancel my subscription, because I can do the crossword too. Alright, bet. It worked out! It worked out! Okay, I was a visionary. Ahead of my time. This is why subscriptions suck. Bro, it's like $2 a month. I was like, you know what? Fine. Like, I don't care. Have you tried Doom bots in League? Not yet, no. Alright, let's go on main real quick. Or actually, before that. All the way through. Why do I still have the 10 million global pre-registration milestone reward? in my inbox. What is this all about, man? Oh, I need to do this. I haven't done this. Shit, I need to do it. I have 3 days left. Okay. Not urgent. By the way, do you guys enjoy the suffering you witnessed yesterday? I felt pity. Chat! I... Wait, what's going on? Oh, right. For this one, I don't care when I use this. I might as well use it now. Oh, very long. Which strong boss are you saving for? Well, ideally I'd like to save for Long Night's Low strong boss, but I'll run out of artifact space before that happens. Alright, I'm at 1,995 artifacts. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing though. I really thought I made it easier than the Nevidat Plunge one. Like, I didn't even, like, properly register. Bro, what the fuck? Is she not on... Oh, she's not on 5. Now that explains it. Like, I really thought I made it easier. Do you guys think Limbo could have cleared? I think Limbo could have done it. Attack percent. Limbo almost did Nevidat Plunge, yeah. The other content creators made one side, one easy side, one hard side. You made both sides hard. I mean, I don't think both sides were hard. The Skirk side, you gotta understand it. But, like, once you do, it's not difficult. Like, unironically, use Holdy on Skirk. Swap to the next character, use whatever ability is available, swap to the next character, use whatever ability is available, swap to the next character, use whatever ability is available, back to Skirk, wait until you can hold E again, hold E burst, and then do the same thing. And you just repeat. And if you do it like that, you have the DPS you need to clear. It might not be like the perfectly optimized way to play the team, but it's good enough. Wait, also, I'm pretty sure my Malika's not on Fab right now. Disgusting. Okay, would I rather this pre-lock be an Electro Goblet to have like a fucking 1 out of 300 to be better than my current one and be a Varessa upgrade? Or an Animo Goblet and have like a 10% chance to be better than my current one so that my Shao can beat Nyx? Okay. I'll level that. I will say though, the fact that this is a low roll of ER is actually kind of sad, because both of my ER rolls are low rolls, which means I don't get to the 110 ER breakpoint from having both of those if I equip that one. Crit. 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 Okay, that's dog shit. You know what? I'm gonna change my pre-lock rules for this. No, I can't do it just for this artifact. Damn, that's cooked. Wait, no, I can. Wait, where in the settings do you select the amount of... Oh, here. I don't want it to pre-lock something that is 2 rolls on a 3-liner. But I don't think I can turn this off here. Yeah. I have to turn it off in general. Here. GG. Doesn't 3 of the selected guarantee that it never happens? No, when you have the setting that I just turned off on, if you say 3 of the selected and you get a 3-liner that has 2 of them, it'll lock it if the hidden 4th roll could still be the 3rd one, right? Because that could be a 3 useless. What? This is a problem, right? An artifact that has 2 useful stats and is a 4-liner on the set I'm farming for wouldn't be good enough, but on this set it is good enough because the competition is less intense. Although this artifact on the other set would also be good enough because the ER would be useful, but anyways. Good. That's not good. I'll keep going though. Okay, I won't keep going. Goodbye. Alright. Would you reroll that if you were Skirk min-maxing? No, I wouldn't. Because I have this. Right? So the best that that other one could get, right, is 7 rolls of crit. This is 5 rolls of crit, 2 rolls of attack, which is not that much worse than 7 rolls of crit. So it's just not worth it. I'd rather just hold off, see if I get something better eventually. Bro, look at all these potentially good ones. Very funny. I have a lot of this fucking artifact set, don't I? My god. Should I check this? I'm kinda down. Go attack. Alright, GG. What's your Skirk ranking? It's not that high because I have a lot of attack rolls, and my crit ratio isn't yeah, I'm at like 80% crit on my let's say. But on the SIG weapon ranking, I'm at like 0.2% or something. At least I was last time I checked, but it's probably not there anymore. Like, on my actual weapon, I'm top 2%. But when I look at the leaderboards on Azure Light, I'm top 0.2%. Right? They don't have an Eshu leaderboard. I would also be pretty high on the Eshu leaderboard, but they don't have one. What rank is your Harissa? 2. I should change the name of this from 3 to 2. It used to be 3, but someone changed their build, so now it's 2. I'm number 1 NA, number 2 world.
Thank you for complete. Add astro.
Your account on Akasha is now EU thanks to paragraphs? Wait, what? Is that how that works? It is! Ah, shit, bro! I'm not number 1 NA, I'm number 1 EU now! Wait, why? What? Why do they consider that? What? That's not on the EU server! What's going on?
Weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature.
Wait, does that mean you can cheat and, like, go into whatever region you want?
You have to keep the fruit in.
Fuck, what if the number 1 decides to register their build on an NA account and I'm not number 1 NA anymore? Ah, shit, bro. Cooked.
Rebooting.
Yeah, I don't know.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets,
I guess I'm number 1 EU now.
enjoy proper meals.
Fuck, man.
What I like to do is stack my plate up high.
You see the new number 1 Chow build? Oh. What about it? On which leaderboard? One maybe? Wait, what is this? 120 ER? 31 crit rolls? I'm sorry, what? That's 50 CV. That's 50 CV. That's 50 CV. That's 45 CV, but with 12% ER. That's an 8 roller? Jesus fucking Christ! Bro? What the fuck? It's only number 2? It's number 1 on the 120 ER category. It's number 2 on the 110 ER category at 120 ER. That's insane. Jesus Christ. Have you seen the new Maoika combo stuff? Yeah, but I think it's fake as fuck. They're getting the same amount of charge attack hits. It's like plus 140 emotion value because it's 2 finishers, 2 normal charge attacks replaced with finishers. Which is like nothing.
Then squash it all down. Take a deep breath. And wolf it down in what?
And like, who the fuck plays non-reaction Maoika? On reaction Maoika, you'd rather just do the 6 CDN one if you're
That way I get to eat my fill without
if
waiting.
you're gonna be tryharding and min-maxing combos.
This realm.
Wait, let's at least grab this. No, wrong thing. That's next.
This route.
We need Otogi wood. I'll get around to that at some point, probably. Have to do that before tomorrow. Or I can just make some, actually. Make some. But I'll need more than what I can make. Whatever.
If you ever.
I could buy some, but I don't want to. I don't think that's worth it. It's thanks to the stuff I got. Do I have a new set? Was it an indoor set? It might have been an indoor set actually. No, it was this one. And it's Dory, Therazon, Sethos. Companions. Dory. Therazon. Where's Sethos? Sethos.
Whenever I but how about
Plus 20.
Do you think
Plus 20.
my body?
First stream I've caught in months and he's teapotting. Yo. I've been teapot maxing for a little bit. So on the other account for the teapot maxing. Ah. Tomorrow's a live stream? Yes, sir.
Would you care?
Man, whatever, I don't care. Oh, that's cooked. Furwood.
If you
Let's just go get a little bit of Furwood real quick. Is that the one that is in this spot? I think so, right? Right next to the VV domain? Yes. Should be enough, right? Chad, can you play Berserk with my little say? It's not ideal. It's not unplayable, but it's not ideal. Okay, we got enough. Cool. Maybe I should accelerate some of them so I can reach Trust Rank 10 today. Does it matter? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I guess it does matter, actually, but it's not the end of the world. I guess it's nice. And I'm 130 away, so that's 190, 160. Do I even have 2 accelerate thingies? I don't. You know what? I don't care. I'll do it anyways. I need to buy 2 of them. It's not that expensive. Wait, did I buy the yeah, I did. I did buy the fragile. Create furnishing. We're just gonna accelerate 3 of... Wait, I can't do that because these are not unique new ones. I'm an idiot. I can still do it, kind of. I just need to make, like, one of these. That's just rank 10.
This realm is...
Y'all. And I needed this for something. Fuck, we don't have the wood for it. Pinewood, 6. We'll get it. Shit, now I have to go and find it again. Ah! What is this one? Yeah. I needed this for one of my furnishing sets. I remember that. Alright.
If you ever...
Do you not get an achievement for Trust Rank 10? Or did I just not notice it? I just did not notice it. Okay, I'm an idiot. Nice. Reach Adeptal Energy in 2 realm layouts. Oh. What the fuck is the point of this achievement? If you can do it in 1, you can do it in 2.
This realm is...
Why does it exist? That's so dumb.
If you ever...
Oh yeah, isn't there like a copy paste thing now?
This realm is true...
I'll go back to this one. No, I'm currently on this one. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna... Or can you not copy paste on different layouts? Does it have to be the same layout? It probably has to be the same layout, huh? Shit, never mind. That's a little annoying. Guards! Okay. Alright, so I think before we start recording the LAUMA pre-release, we need to check a few of our old calcs, because we didn't update every LAUMA calc for the LAUMA changes. So we need to do that. Alright, like this one, for example. There's a few things that changed since then. Lunar Bloom, you get 36, no problem. Lunar... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. LAUMA. 472.2. 472.2. Or 72.2. Motion value 3. 258.4. Yeah. Stats. EM 405 is now just 200. GG. Rib Bozo. I think that's it for the changes, right? There were also changes to the base motion value. Very small ones, but still. 268.7. 160.2. And this one's the same, yup. Okay. Yeah, so this team, that's still pretty fucking good, huh? Yeah, that's still really fucking good. But maybe it's a little too optimistic for the assumptions. About half of the hyper blooms happening during LAUMA burst uptime. That's fine. "28-second rotation, I think, is reasonable. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's alright. LAUMA damage is gonna be pathetic, but that's fine. This Farina was on Fav. No. I think this was Fest. No, this was Wolfang, right? If I look at crit value, yeah, that's Wolfang. Do we actually get 26 hyper blooms over this 28-second rotation? The upper limit is going to be 28, and it's going to depend on your hydro app. But during your burst animations, your app goes down a lot, so maybe you don't get this many. Try it? I can't. The application depends on the speed of your Dendro app. So we don't have a character that can really replace LAUMA for the reaction mapping for this. Does LAUMA really have good application? Her application is okay, but you don't need good application in this team. Because Inefa only hits every 2 seconds. Oh, did I not remove the crits on Hyper Blooms? I might not have removed the crits. No, it looks like I did. That's a resistance. That's the base now. Yeah, I did remove the crit. Okay. I know when Vomfy looked at this team, he got like 110k. But that was like 2 weeks ago. I don't know if he still has it there. Alright, that was what Vomfy had at the time. A 27-second rotation with 22 Hyper Blooms. I feel like 22 is just kind of pessimistic, though. I guess on the first rotation you get 22. Because your LAUMA stuff happens fairly late. But I mean, that's the case for every Hyper Bloom team, right? Like, it takes like 5 seconds until you actually start doing damage. But the first 5 seconds of your second rotation still have the stuff from your first rotation active. So it's kind of weird. I mean, that's something with LAUMA that's kind of always the case, though. Right? Like, in order for you to be able to use her whole D, you need to trigger Verdant Do, but in order to trigger Verdant Do, you need Dendro, and if she's the only Dendro character on the team, you can't hold E. Or rather, you don't deal any damage with your hold E. Because you don't have any Verdant Do yet. On your first rotation, on your opening one. Do one calc for first rotation and another one for the rest. I don't think that's necessary. I think that now that the main endgame content is Siege and Onslaught, it doesn't matter if the team takes 5 seconds to get going. Content doesn't just last 1 or 2 rotations anymore. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some variation in the performance for this team. If you get 24 instead of 26, team DPS at 118k. If you get 22, 115k. I think Yeah, I was using Wolfang, and Bonfi's using, I think that's the new event sword? Craftable sword? I don't remember which one it is. The one that has HP and ER. And he got 112 with that. I got 115 with Wolfang. That makes sense. Isn't it worse than Nevada Premium? No. This is better. Okay. So far, so good. And this one, yeah, this one's so much more difficult to properly evaluate. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit last time when you were here, Vomfi. I don't know if you're still here, but the Dendro obligation in the Inefa version will never be the problem. Because Inefa and LAUMA's application is the exact same speed, it means that you're always gonna end up with an upper limit of 2 bloom generations for each Dendro app. Every single Dendro app will allow for you to get 2, as long as you apply Hydro twice. So the only thing that matters is whether you're applying Hydro twice or not. If you're applying Hydro twice, you get 2. If not, you don't get 2. You basically need to try to make sure that you get 2 Hydro application in every single window of 2 seconds between LAUMA's hits. Although technically, it's also possible that you can get 3 in one window, and then and then 1 in the next one, right? Okay, so it seems like my assumptions based on the footage of testing of the scene that we've had are pretty reasonable, right? I've been assuming 26, and it could be a bit less depending on gameplay. And apparently, with the footage that we have, leaker gameplay gets 24. So yeah, we can just stick to 24 for now, though. Like I think that's reasonable. Is the AoE cooked or still good? The AoE is still good because your Dendro application is AoE. And a good amount of your Hydro application is AoE as well. Right? Hyper Bloom is fake single target. It's single target, but not single target. Right? Like, Hyper Bloom is single target, but Bloom is not. If there's two enemies, you apply Dendro to both, and then you apply Hydro to both, you'll generate 2 Bloom Seeds. And if you Hyper Bloom both of them, each enemy is taking 1 instance of Hyper Bloom damage. Right? So from triggering the Hyper Bloom reaction once, with 1 time triggering Bloom and then 1 time applying Electro, each enemy gets hit by Hyper Bloom once. That's what AoE damage is, right? So Hyper Bloom is not actually a single target reaction. It's an AoE reaction. Kind of. Right? Hyper Bloom is as AoE as the AoE of the attacks that trigger it, right? Kind of like Melt. When you trigger Melt on one enemy, it doesn't do damage to another one. But if you trigger Melt on 2 enemies, both enemies take the Melt damage. Hyper Bloom works the same way. Yeah, exactly. It's single target if you play Sing So Yalon because your Hydro application is now single target. With Neuvillette, LAUMA, Inefa, Farina, the only thing in here that's single target is Farina's attacks sometimes. So it won't be, 120k to each enemy, but it'll be 120k to the main enemy and like 90k to the other ones. Because you still get some Hyper Blooms. Just not quite as many. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Okay. What are... Oh, guards. 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 Guards! Wait. Did no one do the exclamation mark hardos? Damn. I guess... Virus, you gotta unban them. It's a loophole, but they must be allowed through. I'm gonna sneeze again. Ah! Okay, chat. Let's try to go through a few teams. See what I want to make sure I don't forget anyone for LAUMA teams. I'm not gonna calc everyone, but I want to make sure that I'm at least not just like outright forgetting about someone. So. From Dendro characters, you want to talk about Kanich? You want to talk about Alhaitham? You want to talk about Tichnari? And we want to talk about the Nilo ones. So... yeah. For Hydro characters, there's actually a few to talk about. Do we want to talk about Molani? I guess so. Right? Yeah, because it's Shred. Fuck, is she actually gonna be good for Molani? Oh, stop. Fucking hell, man. Because here's the thing, okay? When you go on the GC Sim and you look at Molani stuff, right? There's a few teams that use Nahida. And one of those teams is actually pretty good. It's fake because you're gonna die to your own burning. But, like, self-damage aside, this is actually not a bad team. The purpose of the Dendro here isn't to really allow you to do anything more. It's to make it so that you'll have a burning aura on an enemy, and with a burning aura on an enemy, when you chomp with Molani, Molani's chomp vapes, and then Yelan's follow-up attack, instead of applying a Hydro aura, just hits the Dendro aura, triggers Bloom, and does not apply Hydro onto the enemy, which means that a character with slow Pyro like Maoika is still enough application. But, like, this is also, like, kind of fake. So, I don't know, man. What the fuck is this? What about the ones with Citlali? I mean, this is fake, but, like... do they have any Dendro ones with Citlali? They don't. Because, like, this team, to me, is pretty fake. It's the sort of team that can be good, but it has a big problem, which is it's reliant on the specific timing between Maoika and Citlali. Because you'll have off-field Pyro and off-field Cryo going at the same time. What that means is that when you chomp with Molani from a Pyro aura, you remove the aura. The enemy now has no elemental aura on them, which means that the next element to be applied is going to be the aura. Which means if you chomp after Mawika instead of after Citlali, Citlali is going to be the next one to hit. And that applies Cryo, and then Mawika melts instead of Molani, and you lose it. Flip Showcase this, it's pretty easy. It's not, though. It's the sort of stuff that... It is incredibly timing dependent. Which means, if you have to dodge an incoming attack during your setup, it's ruined. If you have to dodge an incoming attack during your uptime, it's ruined. It's a team that can be good, but it's very easy for things to go wrong. And Molani does not need more ways for things to go wrong. She already has enough. And so I don't like this team. But if instead of Shilonen, you had LAUMA, right? What happens then? Well, instead of just having a Pyro Aura on enemy, you have a Burning Aura. So when you chomp with Molani, you'll trigger Vape, but instead of being left with no aura, you'll be left with a Dendro Aura. What happens when you're left with a Dendro Aura? If Mawika applies first, you get your Pyro, then Citlali melts, but you don't lose your Pyro, because the Pyro is strong enough to sustain a Citlali melt, but also Molani's next Vape. So no problem there. That was already fine, right? Even in this version. However, if Citlali happens first, in this version, you're cooked and you lose your Vape. If you're using LAUMA instead, you now have a coexisting Dendro and Cryo Aura on the enemy. And when you apply Pyro onto that, it melts, but it also triggers Burning, which means you end up with a Pyro Aura. Having the underlying Dendro makes it so that if you end up doing your chomp right after Molani and end up with a Cryo Aura on the enemy, Mawika still applies Pyro as an aura on her off-field. The reason why people don't really play it with Nahida too much is because it's hard to melt Mawika's burst on the second rotation. Because Nahida's off-field lasts forever. But LAUMA's off-field does not last forever. So I could very much see LAUMA, Citlali, Mawika being the best Molani team. LAUMA gives a huge EM buff. Nahida gives a huge EM buff. LAUMA doesn't give anything. Are you sure? Are you sure she doesn't give anything? By how much? 25. Is it actually better than 250 EM on Molani? It will depend. But often, yes. Yeah, she also has access to her sync set, which is likely better than Deepwood in this team. Better uptime than Instructor. But I don't know. It's also not a team where you need to use her burst. So LAUMA can swap in, use skill, swap out. Nahida is like plus 3 seconds of rotation length because of her fucking movie burst animation. Anyways, so we will need to talk about Milani. Who else? Is there anything to say about Sijuin and Farina that isn't going to be included in other characters? Not really. Nebulette, for sure. We've already included Nilo. On-field Yelan? Maybe. Meh, not really. The Yelan stuff will pretty much just be included in all the default Hyperloom stuff. What about Burgeon? No, not really. Yeah, no. Okay. Ayato? Ayato we want to talk about, yeah. Kokomi we want to talk about, yeah. Child? I mean, we could, but, like, at that point, I feel like, eh. I'm gonna sneeze. Ayato Kokomi's the same character. Kokomi lets you use Farina. Ayato doesn't. So not entirely, but they are similar. Anyways, Electro characters. We're gonna want to talk about Flynn's. We're gonna want to talk about Sino. Client. Don't think there's anything to say about Verissa. Yai? No. Definitely want to talk about Raiden, Kuki, Inefa. The Hyper Bloomers. Did we talk about Auron as a Hyper Bloomer? Nah. He's too ass as a Hyper Bloomer. I'll also group Sino, Kutsang, Sethos together. Razor. Thundering Furry. The biggest upside that Thundering Furry has over other Hyperbloom teams is is that it has a lot of overload damage that comes for free. But LAUMA doesn't increase that overload damage at all. Right, LAUMA's a direct increase to your Hyperbloom damage by a pretty large margin. Right? But she does nothing for your burden, for your overload damage. So all that overload stuff on Razor is just lost. Like, it's not lost, but it's like, it doesn't benefit from LAUMA. So LAUMA's barely an upgrade for Razor teams. Probably still slightly better than Nahida, because she's just so much better overall, but not by much. I think I'm actually going to group Linz and Klein together. Right? Characters that can use LAUMA, but don't really want to. Although, I don't know if it's true that Klein doesn't want to. It's very possible Klein's best team is going to have LAUMA. I don't think so, though. I think she's just barely enough to still be better on her default teams. Is Fischl not good with LAUMA? She can be good with LAUMA, but eh. She's not ideal. She doesn't have great synergy. EMC, yeah. Are there any Animo characters that would want to use her? Not really. Yeah, we could think about Dory, but it's not gonna be good with Dory. No. Salad. I guess it is nice for Salad that your Dendro application is 1U instead of 1.5. It'll be easier to get your chain reactions, but meh. I wonder if that's the best, like, 4-star teammates only team you can make with LAUMA. Sucrose, Fischl, Singto. It might be. Because there's no good 4th slot if you do Kuki, Singto. Barbara doesn't really help, though. DMC doesn't really help either. Right? Like, you're not lacking Dendroap with on-field LAUMA. You'd want more Hydro, if anything. But there's no good Hydro 4-star to add. So, like, maybe you use C6 Candace, maybe you just use Fischl. But, like, at that point, why not just replace the Kuki for Sucrose and do Salad? Why is Fischl bad with Singto Kuki? It's not that she's bad. right, is that what Fischl provides to the team is aggravate damage. But LAUMA's kit hyper buffs Hyper Bloom damage and does literally nothing for aggravate damage. So you would, at least conceptually, prefer characters that increase the amount of Hyper Blooms you get over characters that just do things that aren't related to Hyper Bloom at all. Is I know a DPS loss over no force slot? No. You only lose 15% Hyper Bloom damage if you put I know, but you gain more than 15% more Hyper Blooms from getting a second Hydro unit, so it's not going to be a DPS loss, but it probably won't be the best slot either. Yeah, I guess we do need to talk about some of the animos then. Let's just talk about all the catalysts, right? Sucrose, Aoife, Hazel, Yuma Glorp, Shannon. Was there another catalyst? Lanyon. My god, Wanderer. We're not gonna talk about Wanderer though. I think I might get death threats if I say that Wanderer's best team is Hyper Bloom with LAUMA. You just don't use E on Yuma Glorp? Yeah, you just don't use E. The actual real question here, though, is VV even the best option anymore if you play these units? Because, like, I could see Flop Sucrose being best in slot. Do the calcs? No, I can't be bothered. It's so hard to do calcs without footage for teams like this. Yeah. Any Crow characters that would ever... I mean, we'll talk about Sitlali when we talk about Molani, but I think that's it. LAUMA does potentially help your melts the same way Nahida can, but she doesn't really provide anything to those teams. Because she doesn't increase power damage. It's just Dendro, Hydro Res. So there's no reason to use her over Nahida. Mention Chaska? No. Don't play her with Chaska. Instead of having Raiden, Kuki, Nefa, I'll just have Hyper Bloom in general. I'll also have Burgeon in general. And then within that, we can talk about the cryo, electro, geo slots we can use. Any pyro characters that care about her? Not really. No. Okay. LAUMA. Yeah, but that's just gonna be in Burgeon. Okay. Then Alhaitham and Tilhnari can be grouped. Nilo, Molani. I think Nevilet, Ayato, Kokomi can be grouped. Yeah. So these are the things that are important to talk about for LAUMA. Is she better than Emily with Kanich? She's similar. The biggest problem with her in a Kanich team is that when you're playing Kanich optimally, you do not do 20-second rotations, you do 18-second rotations, and that means CTDS every other rotation, which does make her worse. The thing is, most people don't play optimally. Especially on a character like Kanich, where there's a lot of things that can change your rotation length. Most people actually do get to 20+ second rotations. Will LAUMA be DPS or full support? What does either of those things mean? Oh, do you mean like you don't know what LAUMA does and you're wondering? She's kind of a support, but also it's complicated. But set would she be using in a Kanech team? It depends. Probably Deepwood. Is there a cooldown on Deepwood 4-piece? No, there is not. Runs Deepwood. I mean, she is one of the characters that can run Deepwood, but your Deepwood might be better off used on someone else. But generally, she's the one who wants it. Is LAUMA's off-field damage good? Meh. It's not great, right? Like, base, attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM, EM multiplier, Lunar Bloom, EM multiplier, burning. Is she ever gonna be gaining significant damage from other things? She could gain damage from spreads, but generally, she doesn't. She can in like Alhaitham teams, but that's kind of it. Whatever. Yeah, spread. Okay. We have damage percent. The normal attacks, damage percent. E. We have E attack, normal attack, E attack, E attack, Lunar Bloom. Motion value. Oh wait, no. Then we have burning, proc, spread, proc, motion value normal attack, motion value E, fuck. We also need to add effective EM, E, EM, E. Motion value E attack, motion value E, EM. It's not E attack, Lunar Bloom, it's E, EM. Lunar Bloom. Motion value Lunar Bloom. Number of burning, number of spreads, damage normal attack, damage E attack, damage E EM, damage Lunar Bloom, damage burning, damage spread, damage DPS. Rotation length, time, DPS. Okay, so what do we do for this? Actually, I should do this in the LAUMA sheet, not in an untitled one. Okay. So, we want the weapon, we want set, we want sands, a goblet, circlet, okay, base attack 255. Which weapons do we want to have here? We want TTDS, so plus if this equal TTDS, ifs. Okay, so if this is TTDS, it's 401. If it's... What are the other weapons we want to have here? We're not going to look at any SIG stuff yet, so we're still going to call it Liar. I refuse to call it anything else. It's 510. Black Marrow, 454. What else we got? I don't really care about looking at Wandering Even Star. Are there any other weapons we'll look at? Any other weapons you should ever be on? Maybe Fav sometimes. Sack is bait. Sack Jade, Solar Pearl, and Witsith on spread. You're probably right, but I don't wanna. I'll do Witsith, but I won't do the other ones. Because they're probably all somewhat similar. They're as good as each other? Yeah, okay. Good enough then. Attack percent. Do we get attack percent from any of these? So we got 10% baseline. Oh, that's kind of it. TTDS doesn't give you any. Liar doesn't give you any. Black Marrow doesn't give you any. Widsith gives you 20 average. Flat attack is always 350. EM. Do we ever get attack percent from the sets? You could get attack percent from Gilded, but I don't think you go Gilded in teams where you go multiple Dendro characters, so no. EM, 200 base, 115.2. That's the very, very baseline. Plus count if this equal EM. I think it's equal EM. No, it's not. It's here. So if I go EM here, plus 1, yeah, times 187. If I go EM, 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 there we go, back. I'll add this here, equal attack percent times 46.6. I might as well. It's probably never going to be better. EM multiplier Lunar Bloom. Wait, no. There's more sources of EM for sure. Set. What are the set bonuses we can use? Well, actually, let's start with weapons. So, weapons. Okay. TTDS does not give any EM. Liar gives 200 EM. Black Marrow gives 221 EM. Widsith gives, what was it, 80 average? And otherwise, it's 0. Okay. Yeah, multiplier Lunar Bloom. 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. That's the baseline, but we also get additional Lunar Bloom damage. Oh shit, this is gonna be annoying. Racist index. Plus, if racist index is 2, 36%, otherwise 0. If we get Ascendant Gleam, we get the 36% from the effect. Otherwise, what else do we get? Is there a team where we go for the signature set and the support set with only one non-cry character? I don't think so. So we never get the 10% from that unless our racist index is 2, at which point we get the 20% from both sets, because we're definitely running both sets. Actually, that's not even true. Okay. TTDS does not give anything. See ya. Liar does not give anything. See ya. Black Marrow gives 48. Witsit does not give anything. But yeah. This is just going to be 56 instead. And multiplier burning. Burning doesn't get increased directly by any of the things we go. So it's just going to be 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. EM multiplier spread is 5 times EM divided by 1200 plus EM plus 1. Damage percent normal attack. It's nothing. Like, straight up nothing. But before we look at the formula we'll put here, we need to also add the EM from set bonuses. So, plus ifs. The set is Sky. It's 80 EM. If the set is Gilded, it's 230 EM. If the set is Deepwood, it's 0 EM. If the set is what are our other set options? Oh, I forgot the... If the set is flop, I don't think you ever go flop on her. Yeah. Then, okay. Other non-cry set? Yeah, put that one. Okay. Damage percent is gonna be TTDS doesn't give us any. Liar doesn't give us any. Black Marrow doesn't give us any. Witsith is 16% average. Also Dendro Resonance. Oh, you're right. And whatever. We'll just add it later. Okay, then I want to add damage percent goblet. Then I want to add set bonuses. Sky gives nothing. Gilded Dream gives nothing. Deepwood gives 15%. Serenade gives nothing. And then the E gets an additional... plus minimum of 32% and EM times 0.04%. Cool. Effective attack, normal attack is going to be equal to. I forgot the crit. Crit value, crit multiplier. Crit value. Base 60. Plus 20 times 6.6. Then we crit 62.2. Then set bonuses and weapon bonuses. So TDDS 0 CD, Liar 0 CD, Black Marrow 0 CD, Witsith 55.1 CD. Then count crit 62.2. Sky 60 CD. Gilded 0, Deepwood 0, Serenade 0. Alright. If this is less than 4, this square divided by 8 plus 1, this minus 1. Cool. Effective attack, normal attack. Total attack times damage percent normal attack times crit multiplier. I'm an idiot, it's times 1 plus damage percent. Cooked. Effective attack, E. Instead of this, it's this. Effective EM, E. Instead of this, it's this. Effective EM Lunar Bloom. Instead of 1 plus damage percent, it's EM multiplier Lunar Bloom. Burning proc. Burning Genshin Wiki. Base damage is 362. So a burning tick is 362 times EM multiplier burning. A spread proc is spread base damage 1809 times EM multiplier spread times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Motion value, normal attack. This one's gonna start changing. So we'll put that in a bit. Damage, normal attack is this times this times. Is there a team where you don't go Deepwood on the team at all? Maybe the Molani team. But the damage is going to be so low that even if we had Deepwood, it wouldn't change shit. So we can just always assume that we have Deepwood. That's 55, 45, 1.225. Yeah, sure. This is the same. This is the same. This just doesn't have the defense. Maybe that. Oh, you definitely go Deepwood on someone on the Nevilat team. 100%. Burning damage 0.9. Spread damage. Total damage. Okay, so first, let's take a look at we're just looking at her personal damage in a few different teams right now. So, default team, let's look at on-field in a Hyper Bloom. Her weapon is probably going to be Liar. Probably triple EM. In this team, so 57.3 plus 54.1 plus 75.6. Maybe you get 7 of them. Over a, for now let's just round it to 22. So over a 22-second rotation, skill damage is hold 268.7. Let's just look at a 24-second window instead. You're not actually doing 24-second rotations, but it's fine. Times 2. And then 163.2 times 12. 326.4 times 12. 258.4 times 3 times 2. 0 burnings, but we do get a few spreads on this team, though not that many. Maybe like 6. Okay. This team, her personal DPS is at around 11k, which makes sense. Then let us take a look at Nilo. I know. The racist index will be 2. We're probably not on Deepwood anymore. We're probably on Sky instead. I'm not sure if you go triple EM or EM crit. You probably go triple EM still. And in this team, honestly, it's pretty much the same thing for this. Zero spreads. Sorry. We also get 80 from the Denver Resonance. This certainly seems low, though. That's pre-nerf. cooked. Kinda cooked, but it is what it is. Yeah, there's also 100 from Nilo passive, true. Oh, and yeah, instead of TTDS, we go Black Marrow. Yeah, that makes sense. And if instead of Sky, we go Deepwood, damage goes from 16.6k to 13k. It's 3k DPS. You get to go for a different set on someone else. Might be better that way. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Nilo. Kokomi. You probably go Liar in this one. Definitely go Deepwood. EM. Yeah, pretty pathetic. Let's look at Kanich. Raises index will be 1. This will be TTDS. Honestly, yeah, this is probably Deepwood. We probably do go triple EM, I think. I'm not sure. This one will need to double check. So this is 0. We don't do normal attacks. I did notice, Brooken. Thank you. We do 1 tap E. 206.7. And we get 7 all field hits. We don't get any Lunar Bloom. However, we get Burning. 18-second rotation. Burning ownership should be at about 25%. So that would be 18 Burning procs. Okay, so what if we try EM crit? That's worse. EM damage crit? That's worse. EM damage EM? This one's slightly better. Wow. But none of them are very high DPS. Other than that, what other teams do we want to look at? Oh, Hytham, I guess. Racist index will be 2. Weapon. Liar. No. Winsith. Set Is she the one on Deepwood, or is Nahida the one on Deepwood? I don't think it matters. One of them's on Deepwood, the other one's on, Serenade. EM damage crit. Motion value, normal attack 0. Let's do it. Oh yeah, this shit's gonna be fucking weird as fuck to do though. I mean, it's probably gonna be like a 28-ish second rotation with 2 skills. With this one, 14, 16 spreads. $28. $14K. EM damage, EM is worse. EM crit is worse. Yeah. It's definitely EM damage crit. Man, this is kind of pathetic. But it's okay. What if we did an actual damage set instead? Gilded Dreams. No, but we can't do Gilded Dreams in this team. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I think to answer the question that was asked a while ago, her personal damage is never really that good. In teams that really don't focus on her stuff at all, like Kinich, she gets like upwards of 5k, but not really anymore. And half of it is damage from burning because she's building a lot of EM. In teams where you actually focus on using her kit, it's generally around 10k. And in teams that really maximize her damage, whether it's through maximizing her Lunar Bloom damage or playing her in a spread team, it's halfway between 10 and 20k. But it's never that great. Okay, cool. So she's shit noted. Not quite. Anyways, I think it's time to start the pre-release. So everyone say hi to YouTube. I think I'll take off my glasses. I don't want to look like a nerd. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the LAUMA pre-release analysis. And oh boy. So LAUMA's good. A lot of stuff that is, I guess, different from other characters. So she's definitely one of the characters that is kind of the most like intimidating to approach in terms of understanding her kit and where she works and how she works. So there's gonna be a lot of yap in this one. I apologize in advance. So what is LAUMA? What does she do? She's a Dendro Catalyst user. Base HP 10,654, base defense 669. These are fairly low defensive stats, all things considered. We can compare them to another Dendro Catalyst, Nahida. Move my cam. Nahida has 10 point something KHP, 600 something defense. LAUMA, same thing. She's got like 300 more HP, 30 more defense, but it's pretty similar defensively. And as we're going to see later, there's also a decent amount of overlap in their team usage. So, you can think of her as being just as squishy as Nahida in those teams. Base attack 255, EM Ascension. Now, something that is not here is that LAUMA is the first character in the game to have base EM. Or I guess you could say she's the second one because the Skirk training in the Skirk quest gave the Traveler like 15 base EM. But LAUMA spawns in with that as soon as you get her. You get 200 Elemental Mastery at level 1 without any Ascension, without any artifacts, without anything equipped. You get 200 EM. You start with that. In other words, you can think of her as having an EM Ascension stat instead of 115, it's 315. Now, Dendro Catalyst. If you were around when Nahida came out, that's already perhaps a bit of a hint as to what she's going to be trying to do. As it turns out, the reaction that gains the most directly, regardless of the power of the kit, from being able to apply the element, is Dendro. Because the off-field Dendro applicators aren't really good at dealing damage. And so just having a bunch of Dendro application allows you to drive for a Hyperbloom team. But before we talk about Hyperbloom anymore, let's talk about what she does. We've got a big-ass paragraph for her charge attack that basically just means she has a charge attack like Arlecchino that you can hold for exploration that makes you move faster. And during that charge attack, you can also jump. And you turn into a deer, and you go, woo, woo. It's an exploration thing. Not what we're going to be focusing on in this video. Other than that, it is a 3-hit charge attack. Or sorry, a 3-hit normal attack. 50 cost charge attack. Pretty much the same thing as Nahida, but Nahida with a 4-hit normal attack instead of a 3-hit. Now, one thing that matters a lot here is that her range is much better than Nahida on her normal attacks. Her normal attacks, animation, and range are very similar to what you get on Xianyun. If you've ever done normal attacks on her.
I trust you have packed ample.
Where it actually has some pretty good range. And that's something that plays into what I said earlier about her having similar defensive stats as Nahida. Unlike Nahida, she doesn't need to be melee range to be able to have her attacks hit if you unfield her. So that's something that's actually nice. Her normal attacks do not deal any damage, like 57%, 54%, 75%. This is pathetically low. So you don't care about the damage they do. Next, Sir Elemental Skill. Runo, Dawnless Rest of Karsico. Silently incants an ancient hymn, summoning a Frostgrove Sanctuary with different effects depending on whether you tap or hold. Tap, intone a hymn of hunting, dealing AoE dendro damage. Hold, can be unleashed when you have at least one Verdant Dew. Oh no, that's a new word. What is a Verdant Dew? Verdant Dew is annoying. It's a stupid ass mechanic, but let's explain it. Alright? LAUMA's an Ograi character, and just like Inefa, just like Flynn's, she enables a lunar reaction. The lunar reaction she enables is Lunar Bloom, not Lunar Charged. The thing is, Lunar Bloom is the same thing as just Bloom. Right? There is an actual difference between triggering Electrocharge and triggering Lunar Charged. The formula is different. The like mechanics are different. I've talked about it a bunch in both the Inefa and the Flynn's pre-release, so you can go watch that if you're a little confused. For Lunar Bloom, there's nothing. Now, characters can deal Lunar Bloom talent damage in their kit, like they can deal Lunar Charge talent damage. But that's not the reaction itself. That's what characters do. The reaction itself for Lunar Bloom is the exact same as Bloom. When you trigger Lunar Bloom, it creates a Dendro core, which is the exact same core as when you trigger Bloom. The one difference when you trigger Lunar Bloom is that you also gain one stack of Verdant Dew. And these stacks of Verdant Dew are basically ammo for abilities that deal Lunar Bloom damage. Right now, the only one that'll be able to do that is LAUMA, so we're kind of assuming that that's also what it's going to do for future Lunar Bloom characters. But that's how you should think about it, okay? Lunar Bloom and Bloom do the exact same thing. But when you have LAUMA on your team, the text that shows up when you trigger Bloom is going to have Lunar in front. And triggering that Lunar Bloom, triggering just Bloom, but with her on the team, is necessary to activate a portion of her kit. Verdant Dew can only be generated once every 2.5 seconds. So if you trigger Bloom 3 times in a row very quickly, you still only get one Verdant Dew. You'll need to trigger it again later. Anyways, when you... Let's get back to what her skill does. So, it can be unleashed when you have at least one Verdant Dew. In other words, as long as you've triggered Bloom. LAUMA consumes all Verdant Dew and intones a Hymn of Eternal Rest, dealing one regular instance of AoE Dendro damage and another instance of AoE Dendro damage that is considered Lunar Bloom damage. This is what I was talking about, right? When you use LAUMA's hold skill, you basically load in your Verdant Dew ammo into the hold skill, and the damage is increased based on the amount of ammo you have. It's basically the same thing as Nahida's, or as Navia's skill, right? But instead of the effect being tied to Navia's kit directly, Navia gaining the ammo, Verdant Dew is something that your whole team has, which means when they release other Lunar Bloom characters in the future, you'll have to choose which one of them uses up your ammo. That ammo is going to be shared between all of them. Now, unlike Lunar Charge direct damage, Lunar Bloom direct damage does not get multiplied by 3. Other than that, it has the same properties. It can crit. It scales with your lunar reaction damage. It does not scale with your damage percent. It ignores enemy defense. But, unlike Lunar Charged, it does not get multiplied by 3. I've talked in the Flynn's pre-release and a bit in the Netha pre-release about how Lunar Charge damage scaling with a different set of stats and ignoring defense and getting multiplied by 3 effectively meant that an ability that does 100% Lunar Charge damage is equivalent to an ability that does 1000% just normal talent damage. For Lunar Bloom, it doesn't get multiplied by 3, so, well, instead of being 1000, it would be like 300, 350. The motion value here is 258.4% of her EM per Verdant Dew. And you can get up to 3 Verdant Dew. So I guess you get the times 3 back that way, right? So this is the equivalent of an ability that does about 2500 motion value, but it's EM motion value, not attack motion value. Generally, EM scalars are balanced for their EM scaling to have twice the numbers of an attack scaling. So an ability that does 200, that has a scaling of 200 EM is generally equivalent to an ability that has a scaling of 100 attack. It's actually something you can notice on a lot of characters. I mean, here, if you look at the damage over time from the off field, 160% attack, 320% EM, 1, 2. But it's the same thing on Nahida, it's the same thing on Alhaitham. Anyways, all of this to say, this is a nice chunk of damage, but it's not that big of a chunk. In her V1, instead of being 258, this was 442, right? Almost double the damage. And it took a pretty massive nerf. And now it's 258. Now, does that mean this doesn't do any damage? No, even after the nerf. We have EM multiplier, crit value, crit multiplier, EM, motion value. Alright, so 315.2 base from her Ascension plus 200 base. Let's go EM crit. Let's say she's on the new Nogcry carry set. You have the support set on someone else. You have 100 EM in substats. And she's using the new Nogcry craftable, the Black Marrow. EM multiplier. Uh, 56. 48. Crit value 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 60. Just square divided by 8 plus 1. So, at KQM standard levels of investment, on just a fairly normal team, if you put her on a damage-focused set, this hold E will hit for somewhere between 100 and 150k once every 12 seconds. That's not that bad, but it's obviously a lot less than what it was before the nerf, especially because there was also a nerf to one of her weapon options. All of this to say, right? LAUMA's damage isn't, like, at least from this, it's not insane as it was in V1, but it's not completely negligible either. It's okay. Anyways, let's keep reading. Each Verdant Dew consumed will give LAUMA 1 stack of Moonsong. For now, we don't need to remember that. And each time you hold, you can only use up to 3. Additionally, and this, okay, this is what makes LAUMA good. All right. Additionally, when LAUMA's elemental skill or attacks from Frostgrove Sanctuary hit an opponent, that opponent's Dendro and Hydro Res will be decreased for 10 seconds. Now, usually when I look at talent values, I always look at talent level 9. However, when there's team-wide buffs from talents, those are generally the abilities you crown, right? When you look at Shilonen's skill, for example. When I do my assumptions, if I look at the damage it does, I look at the values for talent level 9. But if I look at the shred that you get from it, I assume that you get the shred from talent level 10. I'll do the same thing here. Talent level 10, the shred that you get is 25%. Talent level 9 is 22.5. Now, this lasts for 10 seconds, but it gets re-triggered from her off-field, and her off-field lasts for 15 seconds, which means that this is 25 seconds of shred after you swap out of her. Very good uptime, fairly unconditional shred. Next, Elemental Burst. Runo, all hearts become the beating moon. Let the wishes of all beings become as moonlight that bathes the earth. Ooh. LAUMA incants a sacred song of the far north, gaining 18 stacks of Pale Hymn. Additionally, if LAUMA uses her burst while she has Moonsong, or she gains Moonsong within 15 seconds of using her burst, she will consume all Moonsong and gain 6 stacks of Pale Hymn for every Moonsong stack consumed. This effect can only be triggered once for each elemental burst used, including the 15 seconds following its use. It's a lot of yap, but it basically means you get 18 stacks by default, but you can get another 18 stacks from consuming Verdant Dew from your skill. Now, because what Pale Hymn does, as we're going to see, is it buffs your bloom reactions, you'll only ever get them in teams where you get Lunar Bloom and therefore get Verdant Dew and therefore have 3 stacks of Moonsong. In other words, this is always 36, right? You always get the 18 plus 18. Pretty much always. There's going to be a few exceptions, but it almost always is. Pale Hymn. When nearby party members deal Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, or Lunar Bloom damage, 1 stack of Pale Hymn will be consumed and the damage dealt will be increased based on LAUMA's elemental mastery. If this damage hits multiple opponents at once, then multiple stacks of Pale Hymn will be consumed, depending on how many opponents are hit. This is basically a Shenhe Quill for blooms. How much is the increase? Talent level 9, 472% of her EM. Now, The way that this works in the formula is a bit different from usual sources of additive damage. Because most sources of additive damage don't apply to transformative reactions. The increase from this is applied after your EM multiplier. So, let's look at a scenario, right? You're playing a normal-ass Hyperbloom team with either Kuki or Raiden. For now, let's use Raiden, right? Raiden's EM is gonna be triple EM, Dragon's Bane, right? That's the very, very baseline stuff. What else do we have, though? We have the Flowers of Paradise Lost set that gives you 80 EM plus the 4-piece effect. You have substats, let's say about 140 from Flower plus Feather. And then you potentially have team buffs. But for now, let's assume you don't, because there's not that many good EM team buffs that you would use here. Your EM multiplier is around 714% at 1000 EM. So your Hyperbloom damage is, what was it? 40. 4341. 4341 times EM multiplier. Then there's also the shred that gets applied, but just for the outgoing damage, here it would be 31k. This number is what you add LAUMA's burst Pale Him stack onto. So LAUMA's EM, well, LAUMA's base EM, triple EM. Let's say you give her the new Liar weapon, that's 200 EM. She's got some EM from substats, just like Raiden. For now, let's keep it at that. Alright, let's assume your LAUMA's on Deepwood, so she doesn't gain any EM from the set bonus. So your Pale Him is going to be 472.2 of this. Which means that the Pale Him is effectively increasing your Hyperbloom damage by a little bit under 20%. So total Hyperbloom damage goes from, why is it in percentage? Frick you. Goes from about 31k to about 37k. This also increases Lunar Bloom damage. However, again, this is applied after the EM multiplier. And so it's not just plus 377.8 to this number. It's plus 377.8 times EM times crit multiplier times 1.225. And so it's only like about a 10% increase to your proc. However, I think it's pretty clear from her design that the portion of her burst that buffs Lunar Bloom damage is not intended to focus on her own kit. I think it's pretty clear from this kit design that this part of the burst is supposed to work with a future character. If Nefer is a Lunar Bloom carry, that's probably where this is going to work. Because obviously, if you consume all 3 of your Verdant Dews at once every 12 seconds, you only prog this effect once. But if you had a character that could prog them 1 at a time instead, you'd get the effect 3 times. Which would obviously be much, much better. And if you had a character that could proc them off cooldown when you generate them, right, in the 12 seconds that it takes for LAUMA to use to get her skill cooldown back, and therefore get 1 use, you'd be able to get almost pretty much 5. You get 5 times the value. Anyways, when it comes to LAUMA release teams, this thing is pretty insignificant. However, it could get better eventually, depending on future character designs. But for now, you can kind of just ignore this. The part that matters is this one. Alright, 472. At town level 10, it's 500. It's a nice round number. Woohoo. Of her EM, just added on to Hyper Bloom damage. But that's not all. Let's look at her passives. Let's get the shit one all out of the way. Each point of EM gives her a bit of damage percent. 0.04% per point of EM, capped at 32%. This doesn't do shit because she doesn't do any damage with her skill outside of the Lunar Bloom damage, which doesn't get increased by this, so it doesn't matter. This is pretty worthless. And the cooldown of her Exploration charge attack is reduced, but that also does not matter. Next is the Nullcry passive, right? So when you trigger Bloom, it does Lunar Bloom instead. And Lunar Bloom damage is increased based on her EM up to 14%. This is pretty trivial to cap, so this is just 14% increase to Lunar Bloom damage. Cool. And she counts as a Nullcry character, so it's +1 to your moon sign. Small reminder. Your moon sign just refers to the amount of characters that increase your moon sign, aka that are from Nullcry on your team. If you have 1 character, you will be in Nascent Gleam. If you have 2 or more, you will be in Ascendant Gleam. And Nascent Gleam doesn't do anything by itself, but it's a condition for certain effects. Ascendant Gleam gives you a bit of lunar damage, right, or a bit of lunar reaction damage, based on the stats of your non-Nullcry characters on the team. So it doesn't do anything if you have 4 Nullcry. It does about half of its value if you have 3 Nullcry, and it generally gets the full thing if you have 2. And it's up to 36 lunar reaction damage, but it's additive to other sources, so it's not times 1.36, it's like plus 5 to 10% more damage to your lunar charge and Lunar Bloom. Anyways, this is the one that really matters. Light for the Frosty Night. For the next 20 seconds after LAUMA uses her skill cooldown is 12, duration is 15. You generally, in pretty much every team where you use LAUMA, use her skill at least once every 20 seconds. So this is basically full uptime. You get a buff based on your moon sign, and the buffs do not stack, so you only get one of these 2 buffs. Let's start with the Ascendant Gleam one, the second one. All party members, Lunar Bloom damage, crit rate plus 10%, crit damage plus 20%. Lunar Bloom damage, right, like we said earlier, works the exact same way as Lunar Charge damage, but just doesn't get the additional times 3. So it's basically just damage that doesn't scale with damage percent and scales with EM instead, right? So it's 40 CV to your damage. However, well, on release, the only character that does Lunar Bloom damage is LAUMA. And while her skill is a nice little chunk of damage, it's not enough for her to carry the team. So this doesn't tend to be that big of an upgrade to your team DPS. And then we have Moonside Nascent Gleam. Bloom, Hyper Bloom, and Burgeon damage dealt by all nearby party members can crit. 15% crit rate, crit damage fixed at 100%. In other words, because initially your reactions can't crit, you have a 15% chance of them doing double damage, which is the equivalent of a 15% multiplicative DPS increase. And it stacks with other sources of crit rate, which right now is pretty much just Nahida's C2. In pretty much every team, this effect is better than this effect. Which means getting a second non-cry character with LAUMA actively nerfs her. Does that mean you never want a second non-cry character? No, because there's still some other upsides. Mainly, you get the Lunar Charge reaction damage bonus if you end up playing her in a team that has an Electro non-cry character from the Ascendant Gleam. You enable the use of the non-cry carry and the non-cry support sets that both are much, much, much better if you're an Ascendant Gleam than if you're not. And, well, there's going to be some additional, like, direct synergy between the characters. But for now, just remember that just in terms of your Bloom damage, and when I say Bloom damage, I'm including Hyper Bloom and Burgeon, getting a second Nod Cry is a nerf. So, her skill, her burst, and her passives all increase your Hyper Bloom damage. By how much? Well, let's actually math it out. So, a default right on Hyper Bloom right, with 1002 EM. Sure. Very cool. We multiplied by the resistance. Yes. Res multiplier and crit multiplier. Without LAUMA, they can't crit. And without LAUMA, your only source of shred is generally Deepwood, which brings enemy resistance from 10 to minus 20. So 1.1 resistance multiplier. If you're using Nahida, Nahida provides EM to the active character, but not to the inactive characters, which means you actually don't get EM on your Raiden. Nahida herself does not increase the Hyper Bloom damage, she just applies a good amount of Dendro so that you can trigger a good amount of them. Anyways. Res multiplier here, we have 25% more shred, so instead of bringing them to minus 20, we're going to bring them to minus 45, which is a resistance multiplier of 1.225, and we get 15% increased damage from the crit multiplier, which brings our average Hyper Bloom damage about 50% higher with LAUMA than it is with another Dendro. Because we have 3 different things we have 3 different sources that each increase the Hyperloon damage by somewhere between 10 and 20%. Now, if you activate Ascendant Gleam, you lose the 15% crit, but at the very least, you keep the rest. So it's still, let's say, -1. It's still over a 30% increase, but then you also enable the new Nullcry support set, which gives you 120 EM that you can get on both Raiden and LAUMA. It's actually about a 40%. Point being, that's a big increase. For comparison, by the way, Nahida's Constellation 2 is just 20 crit, right? So it's times 1.2, a 20% DPS increase. This is more. Now, LAUMA's increase does not apply to all of your team's damage, unlike Nahida's C2. It only applies to the Bloom damage. However, the Shred part also applies to your Denjo and Hydro damage. What's that, Bumpy? Earthshaker cannot be right. When you're melting Malika Burst, there's no shot Earthshaker is right. I'm not assuming full stack Serpents. I mean, at that point, just get fucking Meld Flower. Oh yeah, that's true. You can't use Meld Flower on this one. That's true. You do need to EQ. Damn. GG. Huh. I guess you don't have a good option then. Cooked. I feel like something's wrong though. Like, how is Moalani personal damage so much higher in this team than in this team? Not even deep, like just like the difference in buffs is instead of the shred from Citlali, you get the damage percent and resonance from Yelan. I'm assuming scroll is halved from Citlali? Why? Oh, no, that makes sense, I guess. I guess that makes sense. Alright, anyways, let's get back to recording. Sorry, I got sidetracked. So, we can see that the Hyper Blooms with LAUMA are much stronger than with Nahida. Does that mean that LAUMA is a strict upgrade to Nahida? Not necessarily. The main difference outside of the damage of the Hyper Blooms between LAUMA and Nahida is the rate of the elemental application and the strength of it. Nahida's off-field Dendro application is dependent on an external trigger condition. It doesn't just happen passively. You need to trigger reactions. And at default, the minimum trigger interval is 2.5. And if you use the burst with electro characters on the team, you can reduce it to a little bit below 2. But because it doesn't happen every 2.5 seconds, it happens every time you trigger a reaction with a minimum of 2.5 seconds, in practice it's generally closer to between 2.5 and 3 seconds. And with the electro character with the burst active, it's between 2 and 2.5 still. On top of that, so it's not every 2 seconds, but it applies 1.5 units of Dendro. LAUMA is every 2 seconds exactly, it just happens every 2 seconds, but it's 1 unit of Dendro. So there's less Dendro to work with that you can use to trigger reactions. That being said, I don't think it's a significant difference in most cases, because, well, it is a bit faster, and in most teams, you can't really capitalize that much on the additional 0.5U. So, let's get into the usual pre-release stuff, where we talk about weapons, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. And this time, there's going to be a lot to say about teams. And honestly, not that much to say about weapons. So, let's just go through them. What are the catalysts that you can use? She's going to have her signature, the Nightweaver's Looking Glass. It is a low base attack EM substat weapon that gives you additional EM and reaction damage. When your skill deals Hydro or Dendro damage, you gain 60 EM. When party members trigger Lunar Bloom, you gain an additional 60 EM. So this is a catalyst that will only activate its effect on Hydro and Dendro characters in Bloom teams. So Hyperloom, Bloom, whatever. And the rest of the effect is only going to happen if both of the previous effects are active. When both Prayer of the Far North and New Moonverse are in effect, all nearby party members' Bloom damage is increased by 120%, Hyper Bloom and Burgeon damage is increased by 80%, and Lunar Bloom damage is increased by 40%. Generally, the percentage increase is pretty similar across all of these, because your Lunar Bloom multiplier, your EM multiplier for Lunar Bloom, this EM scaling is a lot worse than it is for transformative reactions like Bloom and Hyper Bloom. And then your Bloom-focused themes with Nilo get a lot of external buffs already, so your EM multiplier is higher to begin with than it is in the Hyper Bloom teams, and I guess Virgin teams too. For a default Hyper Bloom team, increasing LAUMA's EM by 365. Although, if this is what you do, you end up probably needing an ER Sens if you're not going Liar, so it's not actually an increase to her EM. And adding plus 80% to your EM multiplier is less than a 10% increase to your Hyper Bloom damage. This weapon is going to technically be her best in slaw, but honestly, it's not good. It's not a good weapon. Her R1 is just ass. I would pretty much not even look at it. So, Nightweaver. Best in slot, but no. Don't get it. Don't waste your primo gems. Do something else with them. Next is the two new free-to-play weapons that we're getting next patch. Now, you'll notice I'm pretty much skipping over every 5-star weapon because, honestly, they're just not good. As it turns out, these two weapons are just too good for just a normal-ass stat stick that's not designed for her to really be better than them. Technically, Nahida's signature is usable, but honestly, it's not even very good. But I suppose I should include it. 1,000 floating dreams. Technically, not awful. If we look at the very same thing here. Plus 40 EM. We don't get this. LAUMA's EM would be 265. 0.1% better than the free-to-play weapon. Ooh. Insane. Yeah, just don't. Do not bother. Next is Aetherlight Spindle Loot. The Liar, the one and only, my goat. This got fucking gutted. This used to be so goddamn broken. It used to be EM substat, and the EM passive used to be 240 instead of 200. So it was 405 EM from a weapon. It was insane. They nerfed it. Now, on a lot of LAUMA's teams, the nerf wasn't that big, because if you are not in a team that is running really good particle generation, she has actual ER requirements, and if she has actual ER requirements, the ER substat effectively lets you run EM Sans, but if you don't have ER substats, you generally need ER Sans instead. So an ER substat and an EM substat would basically be the same. But in teams where her ER requirements are lower, mainly in Nilo teams that generally run double Dendro and have flexible rotations, losing the EM substat and getting ER instead was a very unfortunate outcome. In any case, it's still a good weapon on her. Right, 200 EM from a passive is quite good. That's pretty much what you get from a substat on a low base attack weapon. Right, this is almost as much EM as what you get from Sack Frag. Gives you 221. And then on top of that, you get a lot of energy. So, Aetherlight Spindle Loot. Free to play. Best in slot, generally. And finally, we have the Black Marrow Lantern. 221 EM, low base attack, same stat line as Sack Frag. And it increases Bloom and Lunar Bloom damage. Now, The increase on Lunar Bloom damage is 24 if you're not an Ascendant Gleam. It's double if you are. Generally, this weapon is not what you want to use unless you're an Ascendant Gleam. But when you are an Ascendant Gleam in teams, mainly when you're playing like LAUMA in a Nilo team with Aino, this is going to be a good weapon for her. So, Black Marrow, free to play, alternative. There are other catalysts, but honestly, not really ones you want to use. Technically, you can use Fav, but you should only consider Fav in teams where the ER requirements are really high, and you need the Fav, and you can't meet them with Aetherlight Spindle Loot. So Fav, Codex, sometimes good. You can consider Sack Frag, but in order for her hold skill to do the damage that it's supposed to do, the one that actually matters, you need to generate Verdant Dew stacks, and you can only generate Verdant Dew stacks every 2.5 seconds, which means that you can only do a fully stacked hold skill every 7.5 seconds at the earliest. So you will get pretty shit value from the skill cooldown reset on the sack. On top of that, because her skill does off-field damage, it's very possible for it to proc from your last skill when you swap into her before you even use your skill. And you just lose the proc altogether. It's not good. Don't use it. You can think about using a Wandering Evenstar when you're using her in teams that have attack scalers outside of her. It's alright. If you don't want to level up a new weapon and you already have a Fruit of Fulfillment leveled up, R5 Fruit of Fulfillment gives you 36 EM up to 5 times. That's 180. A bit less than the 200 from the Lyre, but it's almost as much. It is what it is. And that's kind of it for the weapons you want to use. The other 5-star stat stakes that give EM are just worse than the Spindle Loot. And finally, TDDS. You don't want to use TDDS in most cases, but as we're going to see when we talk about the teams, there's a few exceptions. So, sometimes good as well. Next is artifact sets. Now, in her first version of beta with EM substat Lyre that gave 40 more EM on the passive too, with the hold skill multiplier being almost twice as big, there were a lot of teams where her best set was a new non-cry carry set. Which gives 30% crit rate, 80 EM, and 10% lunar reaction damage. Unfortunately, with the nerfs that she got, the way it compounds with the nerf to her weapon, now there's only a few teams where this set is actually good on her. I would say that, as a general rule, this is not really worth thinking about. There's going to be a couple teams here and there where it's ever so slightly better than having one more support set on the team, but generally, don't bother. So the actual sets that you want to consider for her are Deepwood, the new non-cry support set, Serenade, and then Gilded Dreams and Night of the Skies Unveiling. You don't really want to think about using the Flowers of Paradise Lost set because the way that her damage works is, at least for the Lunar Bloom damage, it's damage that is increased by her EM multiplier, but it also directly scales with Elemental Mastery as a stat. In other words, what's happening in the formula, right, is you've got your EM, 1000, let's say, you start with, and your EM multiplier, I mean, she's generally at more than 1000, let's say 1200. Alright. Usually, on an attack scaling ability, if you increase your EM by 100, say, or on Flynn's, for example, the increase would be 2.6%. If you were to increase the attack by 100 when you start at 1200, the increase would be 8%. But in LAUMA's case, both these numbers get increased from EM, and both of them multiply each other. So you're increasing multiple instances and multiple different numbers in your damage formula, which means that the increase in LAUMA's case is bigger. Now, when you have a fuck ton of EM already, the increase on just the EM multiplier part of her damage starts becoming pretty low, so you don't love getting more EM. But the point I'm making here is just she cares more about increases to the EM multiplier than, she cares more about increase to her EM than either a character like Flynn's, who doesn't directly scale with EM, but whose talent damage is increased by the EM multiplier, or a character like Nahida, who does directly scale with EM, but does not have her her EM scaling damage multiplied by the EM multiplier. In Nahida's case, getting 100 more EM would be 8%. In Flynn's case, getting 100 more EM would be 2.6. In LAUMA's case, it would be 11.2. What that means is that a set like Gilded Dreams, assuming you have all your stacks on it, will generally be better than a set like Flowers of Paradise Lost for her Lunar Bloom damage. Especially when you remember, oh yeah, it's not just the Lunar Bloom damage, it's also the Pale Hymn buff. She's not the one triggering the Hyper Blooms, so in a Hyper Bloom team, giving her Flowers of Paradise Lost doesn't do shit. You get the 80 from the 2-piece, but the 4-piece is increasing Hyper Bloom damage. But the 230 from Gilded, right, 150 more, goes into this part of the damage, which is nice. Anyways, all of this to say, flop is generally never really worth considering. Deepwood is your default. Honestly, if you leave her on Deepwood all the time, it's probably good enough. Serenade is good if someone else is on Deepwood. It gives a bit of ER in the 2-piece, which LAUMA likes more than the 15% Dendro damage. So if you have another character on the team that doesn't need the ER, probably slightly better off giving Serenade to LAUMA. That being said, it's close enough that it's just going to be a question of which of your two sets has better stats for LAUMA. Gilded is generally going to be your go-to in Bloom-focused teams that already have someone else on Deepwood. So, for example, if you do a Hyper Bloom team and you want to put Deepwood on Singtao, because you have a really good Deepwood Hydro / crit and attack focused set, you can consider putting LAUMA on Gilded Dreams. Actually, I'm kind of curious how they compare. Should have a normal Hyper Bloom stuff. I don't know if it's updated. It is updated. So you lose the 60. But instead we gain 30. It's actually slightly better, but it's fucking sub 1% difference, so it doesn't really matter. Alright. But yeah, so your Gilded can also be a good option if someone else is on Deepwood. And you don't have two no-grade characters, so the Serenade set doesn't give you as much. And finally, your Night of the Skies Unveiling set. It's okay. Mainly something that you'll think about in Nilo teams with Ino. But it's not really that important. It should basically be an afterthought, and you should be more focused on getting a good Serenade set than a good Sky set. Take a look at that later, Comfy. Anyways. That's pretty much it for the artifact set, so this is what you want to stick to. Artifact stats! Default is triple EM. Her damage does... Her personal damage for Lunar Bloom does generally like crit more than it likes EM. But the Pale Hymn does not get increased based on her crit. So in teams that use up a lot of the Pale Hymn stacks, generally triple EM is better. This is assuming you can meet your ER requirement from your weapons stats. So you can also think about using ER, EM, EM. And you can also think about doing EM, EM, crit, if you want to focus a little bit more on the Lunar Bloom damage. What are the ER requirements? So, LAUMA's particle generation, let's open it up, is 1.33 nanoparticles every 4 seconds. Or 2/3 of a particle every 2 seconds. In an average, normal Hyperbloom team, where you have Okay. You have, let's say, a 21-second rotation with Sing So Yalon. And you'll just want to use burst once per rotation. What will you end up with for ER requirements? She will be unfielded most of the time, and over 21 seconds, you'll get about 6 to 7 particles. Let's say 7. Let's be conservative. Say 6. 4 caught on her, 2 caught on the rest of the team. Other elements particles. You're probably going Fav Singto, Damage Weapon Yilon, and Dragon's Bane Raiden. LAUMA's probably catching one of Yilon's sets of particles. Not catching the other one, or Singto's particles. Then you have Raiden's particles, which are also... what is it? It's 0.5 particles per proc. 1 particle per 2 seconds, 10 particles total. Let's say 6 caught on LAUMA, 4 on someone else. That's what it is, right? I think 50%, yeah, okay. Then, we don't catch any foul particles on LAUMA. We catch them on someone else. Her cost is 60, 0 refund. ER requirements are hovering around 150 if you burst every rotation. However, the burst duration and the burst cooldown are both 15 seconds. Because these teams don't really have very strict rotations, what you could do is you could decide, okay, instead of bursting once per rotation, I'll just press the burst button every time it's back up. So instead of doing every 21 seconds, once per rotation, I'll just do it every 15 seconds. And so over a rotation, the amount of average energy that I'll need is going to get increased to a little bit over 80. And that brings the ER requirement upwards of 200. Now, on a character who doesn't deal too much personal damage, so the crit isn't that important, which is the case for her in these teams, getting about 40 to 50 ER from your substats is doable. Which means, in a strict rotation with 1 LAUMA burst per rotation, you don't actually need ER from either your sands or your weapon. But when you're going to start looking at optimized gameplay that just uses LAUMA burst off cooldown in something that's less like a rotation, more just like using abilities whenever they're up, her ER requirements are higher. What that means is, in these teams, ER is good, and you should get at least some, but as long as you have the 150-ish or higher, additional ER just effectively is converted to a bit more burst up time, and it's good. But if you don't have it, you're not in a bad spot. Let's just say. Now, it's not going to be exactly the same in each team, right? there are going to be teams where your rotations are longer, so your ER requirements are lower. There are going to be teams where your rotations are shorter, so you will always use the burst once per rotation instead of using it off cooldown in longer rotations. There is also going to be teams where the burst doesn't do shit, and you don't use it. But as a general rule, just keep in mind, somewhere between 150 and 200, and press the burst button when it's shiny. And now we talk about the teams. And boy, is there a lot to say about LAUMA's teams. The reason for that is mainly because of her shred. The fact that LAUMA gives 25% shred at talent level 10, that's both Dendro and Hydro, means that she is not limited only to Hyperbloom teams. Yeah, she'll be best in Hyperbloom teams, but she's also going to be a fairly decent option in a lot of other characters' teams. Let's start with the straightforward stuff. Let's start with Bloom with Nilo. Bloom with Nilo is getting a massive buff. Nilo teams are doing the large majority of their damage through Bloom reactions. That means increasing your Bloom reaction damage by about 50% is just an outright team DPS increase of about 50%. Almost. On top of that, LAUMA actually has a more personal DPS in Nilo teams than Nahida does. The Nilo teams are getting a massive buff. LAUMA in a Nilo team is going to significantly outperform C2 Nahida. C0 everything LAUMA Nilo probably beats C2 R1 Nahida, C2 R1 Nilo. It's like it's a massive upgrade for the Nilo teams. Now, the one potential issue here is your kind of shitty healer options in Nilo teams, but that's already the case in normal Nilo teams. But people don't tend to notice them that much because no one plays Nilo anymore. The incoming damage from your self-bloom in a team that has the trigger character for blooms on a full EM build is generally pretty high. And it generally outpaces the healing you can get from most healers if they're built full EM for bloom damage. Does that mean you'll die? Not necessarily. Characters' burst and dash high frames can dodge incoming bloom damage, which means that well-optimized gameplay can survive even if you only run one healer on a full EM build like Kokomi. But it'll be a lot harder. That's why most people who play Kokomi in Nilo teams still just run her on the normal build. Maybe on Sac Frag instead of the usual weapons, but still on a healing focused build. Maybe with 1 or 2 EM substats, but at the very least healing bonus on the circlet. That problem stays the same with LAUMA. If anything, you'll end up with a little bit more EM on your triggers generally, so it'll be a little bit higher self-damage. So you'll still have that potential issue of needing to, or not being really able to build full EM on your triggers. That being said, it's kind of alleviated by LAUMA. The more buffs you have to your bloom damage that are not dependent on the trigger character's EM, so that generally refers to things that are team-wide buffs that are additive with the EM multiplier. So Nilo's bloom damage increase herself, any sort of team-wide EM buffs, LAUMA's Pale Hymn. All these buffs, they add up together, and they make it so that building full EM on your triggers is less important. I think the biggest problem with Nilo teams is that your team options, if you go Nilo, LAUMA, are heavily limited if you don't additionally have a 5-star Dendro or Hydro healer. Mainly Baiju and Kokomi. However, there is one character that is overlooked, forgotten, that you probably just don't even know about. That is not a 5-star character that most people have. And that can fulfill the healing requirement in Nilo teams. Kave. Kave's Ascension 1 passive heals him based on his EM every time he gets hit with a Dendro Core. Now, this is not team-wide healing. It only applies to him. Which means that if you don't have healing on anyone else, your other 3 characters will slowly but surely end up dying if the fight takes too long. However, you can offset that with Prototype Amber on LAUMA or on another Catalyst on the team. And Kave's self-healing easily outpaces the self-damage from Bloom. As long as you have his C1. If you don't have his C1, it's a little bit more difficult. Because the C1 gives you a lot of Dendro resistance and healing bonus, which helps so much for survivability through Bloom self-damage. At C0, it's a little sus. But at C1, Kave is actually kind of goated as the on-fielder for a Nilo team that struggles with surviving. Will the Kave teams be better than the Baiju or Kokomi teams? Probably not. However, the fact that Kave works well is really nice because it means you don't need to go for Baiju. You don't need to go for Kokomi. Right? So just keep that in mind. You're also going to have other options for this, but I think this is the first time where Kave actually feels relevant. When you're doing your Nilo teams, you have 3, I guess, different options. You can either run not too fast Hydro. Make sure that your Hydro characters are always the trigger. That's generally what you do when you're using Kokomi or if you use Aino. That's option number 1. Or I guess that's what you do with Kokomi. Option number 2 is you use Aino. You lose the 15% crit for your blooms, but instead you have access to the stronger support set. You have access to a bit more Lunar Bloom personal damage from LAUMA. But But that only works if you are using a Dendro Healer, obviously. But that can be done with either Baiju or Kabe. And the last option is to say, you know what? Who gives a fuck about keeping a consistent trigger? I have team-wide EM bus from my Resonance, from Nilo's passive. I have team-wide direct bloom damage bus through Nilo's passive, Nilo's other passive. I have additive bloom damage buff through LAUMA's burst. Does it really matter that much to keep the trigger character consistent? Not really. It's more important to get a second bloom than it is to make sure that the bloom you're getting is from the right character. Let's actually math it out.
Where's my...
Right? Bloom base damage is what, 2894? EM multiplier. Bloom damage. So, full EM character, 187 times 3. Let's say it's Sac Frag Kokomi, full EM. 221 from the Sac Frag. 80 from Flowers of Paradise Lost. 100 from Nilo's buff. 80 from Dendro Resonance. Let's say you get 60 from the new Nulcry set with only one stack. In Nascent Gleam. Sure. How much is your Nilo HP at?
Where's my key?
15, 185. Triple HP main stat. 2-piece HP. New HP sword. Hydro Resonance. Substats. HP Ascension. And let's say about 6 or 7k flat HP. This minus 30k times 9% divided by 1,000. 333%. So, EM multiplier. 16 times EM divided by 2,000 plus EM plus 1 plus 80% from Flowers of Paradise Lost plus around 333 from Nilo. Why? Why do you think I need this many digits? Why would I... Whatever. LAUMA's EM. Okay, you know what? Nilo HP 67k. Nilo EM multiplier is LAUMA's EM. It's gonna be around, probably around 1300 in this team with all the EM buffs. No, let's just actually calc it. 335, no, 315.2, 187 times 3. Black Marrow 221. Substats. Dendro Resonance. Nilo 1400. Okay, sure. Pale Hem is 472.2% of this. Bloom damage 2894 times EM multiplier plus Pale Hem times resistance multiplier times the crit multiplier. Your average bloom deals about 50k here. Your average bloom on a character that is not built full EM, right? We don't have the EM main stats. We don't have the sac frag substat. We still have Dendro Resonance. We don't have, or we still have the Nilo buff. We still have the Serenade buff. We don't have the 2-piece buff from Flop. It's like 2/3. Getting 2 blooms on a character that is not built full EM is better than getting 1 bloom on a character that is built full EM. That's because we're getting a lot of different sources of bloom damage that is additive to the EM multiplier. So, what that means is that for your Nilo teams, you now have a third option that is actually quite good too, which is drown the enemies. Put Sing Tao on the put the Sing Tao in the bag, little bro. Of just giving up on trying to have a consistent trigger and just using Sing Tao because he's by far the highest Hydro up in the game. You can do that with Kave, you can do that with Baiju. You can probably do that with Yao Yao, but your Dendro up is probably a little slow with that. Alright, that's it for Nilo teams. Before we move on to the next team, I want to just give a bit of context for how strong they're going to be. From what I've looked at, well, first, it's really hard to properly do calcs on Nilo teams, even when you have access to ways to test it, because there's just so many factors that go into it, even when you're looking at just single target stuff. But from what I've looked at, from what I've seen, the best Nilo teams are now going to hover anywhere between 70 and like 100k in single target. Probably somewhere in the middle for most of the versions of these teams. Let me repeat that. In single target. Right now, the GC Sim min-maxed Nilo teams in single target are at like okay, so this is C2, C1, C2, C That's not a real team, is it? target. Oh yeah, this is 2 target. Hey, let's take a look at this. Both of these. Let's take a look at this one in single target. Around 60k. The highest single target sim for C0. I don't want to do freeze Nilo. I know. Okay. It's probably this one, right? No, that's 2 target. Never mind. I should probably just filter. Let's filter it a little. Nahida, Intel. And look at the first single target one. Whatever. We could just look at the one we had earlier, which was this one. It was at 62k in single target. This one at 64k in single target, 63k, right? So it's like 30-40% more DPS, and this is without like actual proper min-maxing of the rotations in the Nilo teams with LAUMA yet. Probably more than that. I don't want to be too optimistic because, again, it's really hard to do proper calcs on Nilo teams. But I think we can pretty safely assume that they are going to be at least around 85k. Which is a pretty big increase. 85k is actually enough to meet most of the single target DPS checks right now. And in AoE, it's Mawika level. I'm fairly sure that Fridge LAUMA is better than Nilo without LAUMA. Like, Bloom LAUMA without Nilo is probably better than Bloom Nilo without LAUMA. So, yeah. If you're a Nilo player and you're pissed that your favorite character has been dog shit for the last, like, year and a half, rejoice. Nilo's coming back. Does that mean that you need Nilo for LAUMA to be good? Fuck no. Alright? I'm gonna be so real with you guys. In my mind, LAUMA is, at the very least, competing for the title of best support. She's definitely the strongest character getting released in 6.0. And things are looking pretty good for her. Nilo is far from her only option. So let's talk about the next option, which is just normal Hyperbloom. Hyperbloom, just like Nilo, is getting a pretty massive buff. I do a napkin comparison with Nahida, where I just override the personal damage to be like the 5-ish K you'll get on Nahida in this team, and I remove all the LAUMA buffs. Um. So, what are the LAUMA buffs? We get Shred. So goodbye Shred. This is not 1.225. This is 1.1. This is now 1.15. This is 1.025. Okay, Shred removed. Next up is... Did I remove the Shred fully? Next up is the crit. On Hyper Blooms. And finally is the Hail Him. Yeah. So all of the LAUMA buffs together, plus LAUMA's slightly higher personal damage over Nahida in a Hyper Bloom team, generally represent a team DPS upgrade of somewhere between 30 and 40%. Let me say that again. It represents a team DPS upgrade of somewhere between 30 and 40%. Now, Hyper Bloom nowadays isn't considered to be that strong. It's still a good team, but it's a lot less popular. And it doesn't quite compete with the Natlan carries. With LAUMA, oh, it's coming back, man. Hyper Bloom is coming back. Obviously, Hyper Bloom still has the same property of being an archetype that peaks at a very low investment, gets close to its optimal setup, like optimal artifacts DPS output with fairly low investment, and doesn't increase that much past that. At KQM standard, which is generally a bit lower than what most people have on well-built characters, that's obviously going to mean that Hyper Bloom teams are a little bit favored. But the difference between KQM standard and your expected artifact investment won't actually lead to that big of a discrepancy in team power unless you're a fucking, like, Omega Whale. You have, like, the perfect artifacts on all of your teams. Honestly, at KQM standard, these LAUMA Hyper Bloom teams are going to be like closer to Skirk and Mawika than they are to like Kanich. But at higher investment, some of the teams that are below Hyper Bloom with LAUMA will catch up a little. Right? I'd say that from what I've looked at so far with the assumptions I have, LAUMA Hyper Bloom is somewhere in between Varissa and Skirk in terms of DPS. At really high investment, Varissa probably catches up, maybe goes slightly ahead. But characters that are below, characters like Kanich, like Chaska, probably don't catch up unless you go for Constellations. Now, the Constellations Actually, let's talk about them before we keep going. That's fucking dog shit. This is the worst C1 we've seen in a long time. LAUMA's C1 effectively just gives her a bit of healing. Technically, this can mean that you won't need a healer anymore in your Hyper Bloom team. Or sorry, in your Nilo Bloom team. But the problem is, needing to use a healer isn't that big of a downgrade. Honestly, Baiju's not much worse than Nahida and Nilo teams. Assuming you have good AoE Dendro application from LAUMA already. Which you do in a LAUMA team, obviously. And so this does not actually help you that much. Its main purpose is to make you not feel completely dogshit about having wailed on Nahida. Because if you have Nahida's C2, and you don't have Kokomi, you're kind of cooked for healing. And this helps. It's more of a quality of life constellation. It's not a noticeable DPS upgrade. It lets you build EM instead of healing bonus on Kokomi. But like we showed earlier, building a lot of EM, it does help, but it's not a, like, significant DPS upgrade. Her C1 is pretty bad. Her signature is also pretty bad, which means all this shit, right, that I've said earlier of Hyper Bloom with LAUMA being, like, pretty much in the contest for the best teams in the game, and unlike a lot of the other good teams, it has zero ability to get better with constellations. It's not going to improve with constellation. So if you're someone who doesn't care about constellation, that doesn't matter. But if you're someone who does consider going for constellations, you will... The team is going to get like a 20% increase from $1,000. Like, it's not worth it. Don't bother. We'll get back to the rest of the constellations later, but for now, let's keep going with teams. I've talked about LAUMA on-field Hyperbloom the same way you'd play Nahida Hyperbloom. But that's actually not the only sort of Hyperbloom team you'll play. As it turns out, 25% Hydro Shred is pretty nice for Hydro carries. And there's a lot of Hydro carries that already run Hyperbloom teams. Let's start with Neuvillette. Another patch! Another Neuvillette buff! Who could have seen that one coming? Oh my! How many patches in a row has it been of Neuvillette buffs? I don't know. LAUMA is a pretty big Neuvillette buff. LAUMA Inefa is pretty noticeably better than Kazuha Inefa or Shilonen Inefa for Neuvillette. I'd say that I'd feel pretty comfortable in saying that Neuvillette, Inefa, LAUMA, Farina is the third best team in the game. As of, like, for C0 or 0 stuff, as of 6.0. After Mawika and Skirk. However, it's a team that requires 4 different 5-star characters. It uses Farina, which weakens your Skirk team. It has very spread out damage profile, which means it doesn't scale that well with any of the constellations or signature weapons you can get. And so just in terms of how appealing it is, especially for a new player, it's pretty low priority in my eyes. But just in terms of performance, pretty damn good. Definitely gonna be Neuvillette's best team. Good stuff. But why is it that it works so well for Nebula? I don't want to spend too much time explaining gauge theory stuff, but usually if you hit an enemy with Dendro when they have Hydro on them, that means that one Dendro application is giving you one bloom, and that is it. Alright, so if I apply Hydro to the enemy, and then normal attack with Nahida, no matter how much Hydro I have, I only get one Bloom Seed. Because I only get one Dendro application. But when you add Electro into the mix, things change. If you have Electro Charge on the enemy, and you apply Dendro, you can trigger both Bloom and Quicken. And that Quicken that you trigger is a equivalent to a Dendro Aura. Which means that if you have a bunch of Hydro, you trigger Bloom and Quicken from applying Dendro, but then your Hydro can trigger an additional Bloom with the Quicken Aura. Right? 1 seed, 2 seeds. And we get 2 Hyper Blooms instead of only 1. From that same 1 normal attack on Nahida. The problem is, on a usual double Hydro team, with a Hydro carry, when you're using Raiden, while she hits fast with her Electro attacks, she has standard ICD on them. So it only applies Electro every 3 seconds. A lot of the time, that Electro is going to be applied at a moment where it's not helping your reactions. And because Electro Charge takes every second or sometimes faster, it's very possible that you'll lose your Electro before you get to trigger a reaction. Inefa, on the other hand, while she hits slower, she hits every 2 seconds instead of every second, she doesn't have ICD, which means every hit applies Electro. And it has the exact same frequency as LAUMA. Both of them exactly every 2 seconds. What that means is that on every single hit of both of them, you'll be able to take advantage of this mechanic and have your Dendro application create 2 blooms. As long as you have enough Hydro application, which shouldn't be too much of a problem in a Nividet Farina team. Because Inefa hits every 2 seconds, not every second, it means that your maximum potential amount of Hyper Blooms is going to be 1 per second. Because every time you proc Hyper Bloom, if you trigger it on more than 2 seeds, you still only get 2 instances of damage. So 2 per 2 second is 1 per second. With Raiden, the theoretical maximum output would be 2 per second. Because you can get 2 every time it procs, and it procs every second. But you don't generate as many seeds with Raiden as you do with Inefa. With just off-field LAUMA, if each, or the upper limit of seed generation is, well, 1 per Dendro application, and each Dendro application is every 2, it's 2 per seed application if there's the Electro thing. It's 2 seeds per Dendro application. And the Dendro application is once every 2 seconds, so it's 2 seeds per 2 seconds, 1 seed per second. that doesn't go above Inefa's highest possible triggers. In other words, Inefa's slower application in a team where you do not on-field LAUMA, where she's just off-field, doesn't matter because you shouldn't ever really have more than 2 seeds. And the fact that you will generate 2 seeds instead of 1 more reliably actually means that the Inefa team will trigger more Hyperblooms than the Raiden team when it comes to on-field Hydro characters with Navida. Unfortunately, you also lose 15% crit rate because you're now in Ascendant Claim. But in exchange for that, you do get all the alternative upsides. You get access to the new support set. You get access to the Lunar Bloom damage on LAUMA. You get access to the Lunar Charge damage on Inefa. So, yeah. In any case, good team. Good stuff. This is also going to be the case for other Hydro carries, so Ayato, Kokomi, whatever, right? It's the same stuff. They're not going to be as good as Neuvillette, but it'll work. But there's actually another Hydro carry that can work with LAUMA. So let's talk about Molani. Molani is a cringe-ass character, and I hate her with a passion. But Molani can be fairly strong. And the way that you build a Molani team is you need some sort of pyro application, and then you want buffers. But the thing is, Molani doesn't have access to the best potential buffers. Her fairly long uptime with backloaded damage means that it's very if you use VV on her teams, it's very possible that the VV runs out before your damage is over, and you lose a good chunk of your DPS because of that. Same thing for the animal buffers buff duration. If you look at Kazuha, you look at Sucrose, it's 8 seconds. It does not last very long. And so, because of that, there's a lot of people that use the slightly weaker characters with Molani, just because it has higher buff duration. If you look at Molani teams on GC Sim, and you skip past the teams that use Sucrose, and you look at the C0 stuff. What do we have? We've got some Candace for resonance plus damage percent buff. Chiori, which is funny, but okay. More Candace. Nahida. With Yelan. Using Nahida to make sure that we can still maintain pyro and burning uptime on the enemy for your vapes without needing a really fast pyro from Shelling or something. Well, as it turns out, in a team like this, LAUMA is just better than Nahida. LAUMA effectively does the same thing, but doesn't need to use a 3-second movie-length animation. Now, this specific team is a team that doesn't have a healer and has burning self-damage without Imidi's burning resistance. So, it's kind of sus. But the point I'm making here is just, LAUMA is actually going to be one of your options in Milani teams. Would I recommend pulling for LAUMA to improve your Milani team? No. LAUMA's best team will not include Milani. Milani's best team will not include LAUMA. However, if you end up going for LAUMA, there are going to be situations where maybe the content favors using Burning, like Lava Dragon or something like that, and LAUMA is actually a good option for you. The 25% Hydro Resistance Shred is actually just enough to make her pretty good here. What's that, Vomfy? Cool stuff here. Yeah. Another nice thing is that unlike Nahida, LAUMA's skill duration is only 15 seconds. And you might be thinking, what do you mean a nice thing, only 15 seconds? Because, as it turns out, Nahida's very long skill duration can make it difficult to properly get the right buffs on the second rotation. Scrolls will only apply when you trigger, or it will only buff the elements that are involved in the reactions you trigger, which means if you can't apply Hydro as an aura, your scroll support won't buff your Milani. And it's difficult to apply a Hydro aura through Nahida. 1.5U Dendro that lasts forever. You're never getting a second Hydro Crystallize with Shilonen or something like that. It's just not happening. With LAUMA, it can, because the Dendro just expires after a while. Anyways, all this to say, she's gonna be pretty good for Milani. Next, I want to just quickly mention like 4-star only Hyper Bloom stuff with LAUMA. It's not actually 4-star only, but like only using 4-star supports. I guess I should have it here. Alright, so I guess I don't need a separate category for it. The biggest problem is that when you look at teams with we look at teams with Nahida or Hyper Bloom. Alright, what you would usually have is right. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna use the fucking GC sim. Nahida, Fischl, Singtao, Kuki. Right. We look at a fairly normal looking Nahida Hyper Bloom with 4 stars team. And you look at the damage distribution, you have pretty low amount of Hydro damage, 35% Electro damage, 57% Dendro damage. If instead of Nahida you use LAUMA, this 35% Electro damage does not get increased. And it's 2/3 of your team DPS that actually benefits from the LAUMA buffs. Compared to the actual optimal Nahida teams with Hyper Bloom right now, which are the ones that do this. We're not looking at the actual DPS number, just at the damage distribution, right? That have 67% Dendro damage, 29% Hydro damage, 4% Electro, 1% Physical. That means 95% of the damage gets increased from with LAUMA's buffs. In other words, the strong 4-star variations of Hyperbloom teams don't get increased as much from LAUMA as the actual strongest ones. Creates a situation where, because Fischl's damage doesn't get increased in optimal 4-star Hyperbloom stuff from getting LAUMA, I'm not sure if Fischl is going to be the best last slot when you're doing LAUMA, Kuki, I think so. I think it's very possible that the best last slot ends up being something like either C6 Candace or maybe another Dendro just for the Dendro resonance, I guess. Or you could ditch the Kuki and do Fischl Sucrose. Or even just Kuki Sucrose. I kind of expect that to be the best option. Especially because it'll be easier to proc VV when you don't have to deal with the 1.5U Dendro application from Nahida. It'll be easier to end up with a Hydro and Electro Aura on enemy for Sucrose to swirl. So there's that. That's pretty cool. Good stuff. Alright. Who else was there that I haven't talked about yet? Okay, next let's talk about the Electro carries in the Hyperbloom teams. So, I think they're basically separated in like 3 categories. The ones where you just don't want to even think about it. Characters like Verissa, don't bother. We're not going to write those down. And then it's the ones where Hyperloom is already their best team, so it's going to be a pretty big buff to their Hyperloom teams, and therefore a pretty big buff to them. And there's the ones where Hyperloom is just one of their team options, and so it's not going to be a pretty big buff to any of their options. It might end up giving them a Hyperbloom team that's as good as their current teams, but it's not going to be an actual increase of their power. So that's characters like Clawhand. Clawhand's good Hyperbloom teams don't actually do that much Hydro and Dendro damage. A lot of it is Electro damage from Clawhand herself, from Fischl. And so because of that, the buffs from LAUMA aren't that great. But then it's also the Electro carries that currently kind of get carried by Hyperbloom. So Cyno, Sethos, like Dory, I guess. It's mostly Cyno, Sethos. And for these characters, LAUMA is very nice. But it won't feel like they're the ones doing the work in these teams. Next is the Dendro carries. So you look at characters like Nutty, characters like Alhaitham, and for both of these characters, LAUMA's pretty nice. The Dendro Shred is nice, and then if you're playing Quick Bloom teams, you also buff your blooms. But even if you're not playing Quick Bloom teams, if you're playing pure Quicken, the Shred is still just enough to make her fairly viable in the teams. Yeah, I didn't put Flynn's here. I guess Flynn's would go with Klein. Yeah. But honestly, you could argue that with Flynn's it's closer to a Verissa thing where it's just not really that worth considering, period. Now, you might think, okay, well, that's cool. That's it for the Dendro carries that want to be played with LAUMA, right? No. So let's talk about Kanich. As it turns out, Kanich's current teams... Every character in Kanich's current teams is just balanced. There's characters in Kanich's teams that are good characters overall, but they don't have the best synergy with Kanich. And the characters that have good synergy with Kanich are characters that are just not that good. Right? So characters like Maoika, difficult to proc your Cinder City every rotation if she's on Cinder City. You don't react her stuff and she gets so much from reactions. You use up Bennett uptime if you use her burst before Bennett uptime, and her burst doesn't do any damage if you use it outside of the uptime. The synergy's pretty bad. But Moika's a good character. Bennett, well, uptime is decently long, but it's pretty easy to end up in situations where you wish it was a bit longer, and you lose out on 1 or 2 cannon shots buffed on Bennett at the end. Energy requirements on Bennett can actually be a problem. Unless you run double Pyro. Even if you do, you're going to have pretty high ER requirements. But also, Bennett is just not a specialized unit. He's a unit that's good for pretty much every attack scaler. But he doesn't provide as much to a team as specialized supports usually provide. Yeon-san, kind of a similar thing to Bennett. And Emilie has a good synergy, but is just a lot worse. LAUMA has even worse synergy than a character like Maoika. But, or maybe not than a character like Maoika. LAUMA has worse synergy than a character like Bennett or Yeon-san. But as it turns out, she's pretty good. She's a Catalyst user, so she can use TTDS. This is the team I had in mind when I talked about TTDS sometimes being good earlier. TTDS plus 25 Shred is actually kind of enough to compete in Kanich's teams. The fact that she doesn't have a burst animation she needs to use in Kanich's teams helps with your setup duration, which is often a problem in Kanich's teams, right? Often your setup just takes too long. Now, 50% uptime TDDS in 18-second rotations isn't ideal, but there's a lot of people that don't actually play their rotations tightly enough to actually swap back to Kanich 18 seconds after the last rotation started. And so, on a lot of people, they will get the TDDS every rotation. Is she great for Kanich's teams? No. But is she good enough to consider skipping Emilie, to consider skipping Maoika for your Kanich team? To consider, well, let's say you're in a Sidon Onslaught version that doesn't have a good boss for LAUMA at all. To consider using LAUMA on Kanich so you can use Maoika carry somewhere else? Yeah, she is good enough for that. Keep that in mind. I think that's it. Yeah. Otherwise, there's also Burgeon stuff, but honestly, Burgeon is kind of bait anyways, so, meh. Until they go back to giving us actual proper AoE content, there's no real reason to use Burgeon. I'd say that overall, in Nilo teams, wow. In Hyrule teams, wow. In Neuvillette teams, good. The Neuvillette team performance will actually be better than these two, but the upgrade from LAUMA is fairly minor compared to these two. Ayato Kogumi, good, but obviously the teams will be worse than Neuvillette teams. Molani, it's an option. I'll just say okay. Right? It's not a character that you should think of as a way to go for vertical investment on Molani, but it is a character that can see play on your Molani team if you get her. Lion Flynn's, honestly, just don't bother. You can use her with them, but you shouldn't get her for them. Cynosethos. Okay, for a different reason than Molani. Right, with Molani, it's okay because Molani is a pretty good character, and LAUMA is a character that can be used in Molani teams. With Cyno and Sethos, it's okay because if you want to play Cyno or Sethos, you need to get carried by someone else on the team, and LAUMA can do that. I'll hide them till honey. Maybe I should say okay. But then I kind of need to separate them. With Alhaitham, it's okay. With Tilhnari, it's not enough. And then with Kanich is also okay. And that pretty much does it for the teams. LAUMA's pretty good. She is definitely balanced around C0R0 stuff. She's, in my opinion, in my eyes, based on what we know so far, it seems to me like LAUMA is supposed to be the sort of character that is one of the strongest characters in the meta when you look at C0R0 stuff, but is pretty forgettable for people who go for constellations on characters. Speaking of which, let's finish talking about the constellations. We've already explained C1 is kind of bait. It's not that good. C2, it basically doubles the Pale Hymn effect, and it increases Lunar Bloom damage. Honestly, this is good, but it's not great. It's alright. It's a nice little upside, but I expect it to be much more significant for a future Lunar Bloom carry than it is for current Hyper Bloom and Nilo Bloom teams. C3 is dog shit. C4 is nice. Gives you 16 to 20 energy per rotation. 12 energy per burst cooldown. It's alright. It's cool. Because, as we've already said earlier, her energy requirements aren't, like, too strict, but getting energy is almost always helpful. This is a pretty okay constellation compared to most C4s. C5 is pretty whatever, kind of like the C3. And then C6 turns her into a carry. It turns her into a Lunar Bloom carry, where instead of buffing blooms and other bloom reactions with her Pale Hymn, she now uses her Pale Hymn to make her normal attacks deal Lunar Bloom damage. At C6, and she also gets a multiplicative 25% more damage on Lunar Blooms. At C6, she's actually a pretty decent carry. Like, even like compared to other C6 carries, she's actually like okay. She's not the best one, of course, but she's not bad. But it's not amazing. It's not worth going all the way to C6. You can get better stuff. Yeah. Overall, LAUMA honestly has pretty bad constellations. The early constellations aren't that good. The C6 is good enough that it kind of... it doesn't quite make up for it to make her, like, one of the stronger C6 characters. But, like, the C6 itself is one of the strongest C6s. It's just that because you don't get that much from the previous constellations, at C6, she's not that powerful compared to other C6 characters. But yeah, that pretty much does it. This is a good character. I'm looking forward to her. I think it'll be fun. It might revive some cooking opportunities. For the food themed dendro teams, the curry, salad, fridge. I'll explore a bunch of the options. On release, I'm planning on going for her on main, so I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are too. As usual, hope you learned a thing or two. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. All right. Tell the editors, yeah, I'll do that. Recorded LAUMA pre-release. Time to stall. 12-day streak. We're going... Oh my god. We got a pound. I think we'll zilch. I think the zilch is really necessary, because the eye is pretty much guaranteed to do, like, spilt. Split. Okay. Oh. Unlucky. Loss of 50-50. Crab. Well, it's Mr. Krabs with a K, but he is a crab with a C. Audit. Smoke. Korea. Alright, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Alright, let's do the angle. Ooh, I like this angle. It's a good looking angle. It's a 70. Ooh! Nice. Okay. No fucking clue. My brain hurts. Two yaps at once is no, I can't. Yeah, Buckin. After 400 CV, you just do CV -1. Because 200 of your CV goes into crit rate at 100%, and the rest is in crit damage. So 400, so CV -2 will be your crit damage. And so your crits do your crit damage +1. So -2 + 1 is just -1. Is it 2 or 1N? I think it's 1N. I was wrong, it was 2. GG. But Viserial is not a noun. Viserial is an adjective. The noun is vizier. So what the fuck? Which one is it, man? I'm gonna guess that she's that is supposed to be vizier. It was not. Okay, GG. Is that how you're supposed to say that word? Sophomore? Like, is the O silent? Yes? That's crazy. It could be pronunciation being stupid. And it's not an X. But if it is actually an X, I think it's this. Because it's like a check. And yeah. Yeah! Easy clap. Okay. So yeah, okay. This is not a noun. Like, the definition was wrong. This is not a noun. This is an adjective. Whatever, man. This was 2N, and yeah, this one I had no fucking clue. GG. Alright, let's do the Genshin duel. Sword user from 1.0 that uses Andreas. Bennett uses the Volin, so it's not him. It's not Mondstadt. I think Singto uses Andreas. Does, but it wasn't him. GG. What else? Animo. Sword, no. Pyro sword. Is there another one other than Bennett from 1.0? No. Electro sword. Kutsang. I didn't know Kutsang used Andreas. I will forget. If there's nothing to do, then I'll just put on my soundproof earpieces and nap for a while. I know the VA for that one. Is that Yunfei? Yeah. What is that? Is that supposed to be a school? Or like... Is it a bald day? It is not. Is it a Japard day? It is not. Oh, it's 1.1. Who the fuck was 1.1, man? Was Locho 1.1? I think so. Yukong? Yeah. What's that old saying again? Got it. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. That's the one. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't give a fuck. Bean. It's not Bean. Damn, GG. Fuck. That's bad. Lightning or ether anomaly? Is there an ether anomaly? If there is, I don't know. Who's lightning anomaly? Is Haramasa attack or anomaly? I forgot. The fuck is Vivian? Yanagi is lightning anomaly, right? But wasn't it her yesterday? No. But I'm pretty sure Yanagi has this boss, no? Maybe Vivian is anomaly. Kind of looks like she'd be ether. Oh. Bet. Bet. Huge. Let's do any guesser. I don't remember what it's called. Like, I know what this is, but I don't remember the name. I watched like one episode and I thought it was boring. Hell's Paradise. Yeah. Oh boy. What's going on here? I don't know. The day I became a god. The fuck is this, dude? Bro, this is not it, man. Holy fuck. Bro, what's his name? There's a T in his name. I remember that. But I don't think that's enough. That's, what was it, Bon, I think? I think it starts with Tsu. Tsu-kun. Surely. Okay. It did start with Tsu. Okay. Okay. Next time I'll remember. Klugi. Okay. Who the I mean, that's probably from Fairy Tail, right? That's just Happy But Green. Maybe it's Sad. Saddy. I don't think it's that. But okay. And this looks like a character from a really stupid rom-com. Like I am clocking her. This is a gal character from a recent rom-com. Wait. I don't. Okay. GG. What is this? Did I clog her accurately? Our dating story, the experienced you and the inexperienced me. I 100% clocked her ass. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'll take it. I'll count it as a win, honestly. Horror, suspense, action. Is Monster below or above Berserk? I think it's below. It was not. Another? Maybe. It's an 8, at least. Dead Man Wonderland? There is no fucking way in hell Dead Man Wonderland is an 8. Tokyo Ghoul? Maybe? Maybe it's like a 7.8, 7.9. I feel like it's lower, though. From 2014. Death Note. But Death Note is not horror. Parasite? Oh. Ooh. That's a fucking goated guess, actually. You're right. Alright. I'm pretty sure I've heard this before. I know I've heard this. Oh. Man. I don't think I've heard this before. What is this, bro? The great Jahi will not be defeated. Wow. I don't know. I don't recognize this. I don't know what this is. To be hero. I'm gonna watch this yet. Huh. Alright, that was a pathetic performance. Sub 20k. Jesus Christ. When is Monho against her? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I'd be very good at that. I feel like there's like 3 manhwas I've read in my life that I would recognize the characters from. Most of them I'd just be like, ah, bro, that's... I know I've read this, but it's like generic character archetype 3 from manga. Manhwa number 7307. There's just so little interesting characterization in manhwa. The genre just hasn't yet reached the point where the oversaturation of tropes gets on the nerves of readers. So authors don't bother making their characters that original. There's some exceptions, of course, but I just feel like I could only remember greatest estate developer and solo leveling characters. Okay, buddy. Solo leveling is like #1 guilty party. Like exactly what I'm talking about with the characters just not being original. Sure, but they're memorable. They're not, though. They're so unmemorable that it was a meme for a while that it was impossible to name more than 3 solo leveling characters. The shadows are more memorable than the characters? They are. And it's literally just because they're shaped differently. There's the knight and there's the bear. And then there's Sung Jin Woo. But then if you ask me to name a 4th one, I'm cooked, dude. There's an ant! True. But like, with the amount of dungeon manhwa I've read, like, of urban fantasy, solo leveling's characters have just completely blended with the others. Or like, there's probably a girl boss that's inexplicably in love with the MC. Because there's one of those in every urban fantasy dungeon manhwa. What about Orv? Orv actually has fairly memorable characters. They're not that memorable, right? But like the MC, and don't ask me their names, okay? Because like you're asking too much. But the main character, the like original main character, the main character's mom, right? they're all such compelling characters. Again, the names are hard. Which one is that again? Oh, yeah. That one. That one, yeah.
Is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it.
Yeah, I mean, just... I don't know, man. You watching any anime that's airing right now? Not really. I've watched a few episodes of a bunch of the stuff that's airing right now, but none of them really hooked me. Alright, if I go look at what's airing right now on my anime list, I watched a few episodes of this. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. It was alright. I haven't watched this because I haven't gotten around to watching the first season. I'm not caught up on None, but I will watch it. I don't really want to watch Dress Up Darling. I decided against watching this because I'm just not too into the idea of romantic story between a very old supernatural being and a child. No thanks. And I guess a lot of the stuff I've been like I started as stuff that's lower rated. That's probably why nothing stuck. I do want to watch this. Yeah. I watched this. It was alright. I watched a few episodes of this. It was alright. I like the character designs, but... meh. What the fuck is Ruri Rocks? The story of Ruri, a girl who likes jewelry and accessories, diving into the world of mineralogy. Wait, that's a kind of a goated description. Maybe I should watch that. Cute girls doing cute things but minerals? Okay, maybe not then. That sounds boring. What the... I don't know, man.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Anyways, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the live stream. I hope I'll wake up in time, but if I don't, we'll just watch it afterwards. It is what it is. Let's raid. Tula raid. She's playing League of Legends. I refuse to endorse this behavior. Wait, Bite is playing League of Legends too. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with these people? Let's raid Arnold then.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Do you have MPreg permission? You do not! I better not see a single MPreg. I will ban every person. I will ban in this chat every person who MPregs in Arnold's chat. I'm watching.